Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to the Friday stream, the first Friday stream of 2026. And it is the 9th of January. We're already steamrolling through the new year, and there's been a lot of interesting stuff happening already. Not that I'm going to complain. It obviously gives us a lot of material. But, it's been eventful the first 9 days nonetheless. But before we get into the stream of today, let us take pause to recognize, as we usually do on a Friday, the fact that we are here on the eve of the weekend being a very important time on the calendar, the working week calendar, where we do get 2 days for ourselves, liberated from the clutches of capital, i.e., liberated from our functionality in the economy. We get let loose and we're allowed to enjoy, I guess, what it is to be human outside of our economic ties. Like I said, our function in the economy, our jobs, our value creation, all that type of stuff. So, yes, let us take a moment to recognize and appreciate this Friday, the eve of the weekend, and pause and give thanks to the fact that we have stuff like this. At this time, I would like to pay my respects then to workers, past, present, and emerging. It is on your backs. People like you, like look at yourself right now. It's people like you that have built the entire of modern society. Like everything that you see around you right now, if you're looking at this on a phone, I don't know, a laptop, a computer, a television, the fact that we are communicating with each other through this medium right now, wherever you are sitting, all the modern stuff that you see around you, unless you're coming to us live from some medieval cathedral or something like that, all of that has been built on the back of someone's labor, someone's work. And so it is working people like you that produce everything that you see around you, all of the niceties that you see around you. So, take pause to realize the power that you have as an individual, but as a collective, as a group, all the value, all the wonderful stuff in society comes from us working people. And we need to kind of acknowledge what we've done so far in our struggles, political struggles, to obtain little niceties for ourselves, like things, as I've said before, like the weekend. So it's always good, I think, to take pause and, give thanks for certain things, and to recognize the achievements that we've made and what we're going to make in the future, etc., etc. So that's the usual Friday offering that we have on this stream. After all this time, I thought I was off the pipe, but yet here we are. How are we going? It's good to have you. Welcome to the stream. Not sure what you mean by off the pipe, but yet here we are. Fill me in with the reference, please, or what the insinuation is. I would like to know more. And today we're going to turn your mic up, please. Oh, really? That's unfortunate. I don't want to blast it too much, but I will. Sounds good to me. Danielle B. Cooper. I don't know if that's better. You might have to turn it up on your end potentially. Jags in the house. How you going? It's good to have you on this Friday in the wonderful land of Oz. Maybe I'll just put it a little bit closer to me instead, and hopefully that helps. But yeah, look, we're going to be jumping down the Australian right-wing pipeline today, and kind of getting back across what it is that helps develop the right-wing ideology online, especially. It's been very entertaining, I think, over the last, 8 parts. We're up to part 8 of the Aussie right wing pipeline, and we spent the last 6 of them, I reckon, looking at Pauline Hanson's Please Explain cartoon, and it's been being hilarious, to say the least. Really entertaining. I think it's always good when you can bridge the divide with a little bit of humor, and this one hits it on the head. Like, there's some pretty cringeworthy stuff in there, don't get me wrong, and some like vast falsification, but it's all part of the narrative, I guess. And so, like, let's just appreciate it for what it is, which is just a bit of fun, I guess, at the end of the day. And it has been hilarious. So we're gonna get back down that pipeline. But I think before we get into that type of stuff, we're actually going to start off with try to follow again some updates of what happened in Minneapolis yesterday, and try and just get an understanding of how that's developed, because we actually took the time to actually legitimately watch this yesterday. And it's not the way that the culture wars are churning it out to be, it would seem. The culture war on this one has taken a very stark position. The pro-Democrat response to this, I guess, is like she's been murdered in cold blood, and like made it out like this was kind of premeditated action almost. And then like the conservative response, the Republican response is she's a domestic terrorist who was violently assaulting an ICE officer using her vehicle as a weapon. And this is a fully justifiable kind of response from ICE agents here. Very interesting stuff. So we just got a few updates of that before we jump down the right-wing pipeline for today. Voltaire loves saying Celestial Dragon Trump in the bottom corner. I wish I knew the reference, to be honest. I don't watch any One Piece, but I will take your word for it that you love it. It must be working. Dilemma's good thing about undiagnosed ADHD is when you do an 8-ball on the weekend, it doesn't ruin your life, just makes you productive, really productive. It's good. I'm glad to hear it. Haven't done it in a while now. Look forward to my regular Friday pipe line. Okay, I see what's going on here. Interesting. I didn't notice the wheels of the car yesterday. They are aimed at the ICE shooter, but spin out on ice after he draws his gun. She turns the wheel and tries to flee. Yeah, look, I must admit, like, if someone was going to pop, like literally take out a weapon and point it in my direction, I'd probably freak out too. But like, I have seen like both sides of this one now, and it's just, there's just no agreement at all. I don't know why I was expecting people just to be like, oh wow, this is just an overreach by law enforcement here and keep it out of the culture wars. But I don't know why I thought that. I thought it was obvious enough that this was definitely a situation that didn't need to go down like that, with someone like opening fire on somebody in a vehicle. Like, you could have just let them drive away. I don't know why. I don't know why shooting is the first option or the port of call in that one. But I don't know. Call me an ignorant Australian, I guess. I don't understand what's going on over there. Ninja Nurse, sorry I'm late. Did Pauline bring the bags? Well, look, she better be careful as long as she doesn't have bags and machine guns, because if she does, then the US will be coming after her to get her. I read that the shooting only happened a few blocks away from where George Floyd was murdered. Yes, I've heard that one too. Yeah, I saw a speaker at the vigil talk about George Floyd being around the corner or something like that. It's crazy, isn't it? Hey? I think Dilemma's actually made that comment yesterday. Is this George Floyd 2.0? And it's, in the vicinity. It seems ICE saved ICE. She turned the wheel to get away and was shot doing it. Shot trying to get away. Yeah, I just don't know if that's like adequate justification for opening fire on someone. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like she had just, I don't know, killed an officer, was fleeing from a crime scene or something like that, or yeah, they were trying to arrest her for some criminal activity. yeah, opening fire always seems like, I don't know, again, to this ignorant Australian, seems like last resort kind of stuff. Who would want blood on their hands anyway? She turned the wheel to get away and was shot doing it. Vaulted Earth. And the Trump admin is saying that the radical Democrats are inciting and encouraging violence. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like the crazy part is it doesn't matter where you sit on the culture war with this one, right? Where you think that she was, violently attacking an ICE agent and like deliberately tried to run him over, or you think that like she's been murdered in cold blood, by ICE agents who kind of are looking for blood. Like the thing that is outrageous to me is classifying her as a domestic terrorist. Like I don't think people need to agree that that's just fucking outrageous. That someone in the car who's freaking out in the ice is a domestic terrorist. Like that is too much. That is way too much, if you ask me. That one's just like completely unexplainable. You can't back that one up. It's just outrageous. Do we know the ethnicity of the deceased? Not that it matters, but unfortunately, it's probably an indicator of how America will respond to this. Pretty sure she was white. Actually, let's watch a video on who this person was. But I'm pretty sure, like, as American as apple pie, if I can say it like that. The bullet went through the front windshield. If you find the zoomed in footage, she had wheels directed at the cop and hit the gas. She blocked the ICE officer's vehicles. That's why she was in a position that she was in. He put himself in potential danger to justify using lethal force. He was trigger happy and put his hand on his gun before she even moved. Doesn't excuse shooting, but also being the cop in front of the car heard the engine rev, the tires spin. In that moment, he could have feared for his life, but excessive shooting is part of American culture. There is context before the shooting. She had blocked the officer's car. Yeah, but like, so you're saying that if someone blocks your car, you can shoot them in the head. Like, I don't know, man. Like all of these factors are important, but at the end of the day, like, do you pull your gun out on someone and just shoot them, like, point blank because they blocked traffic? Like, it's just. Again, call me an ignorant Australian. Seems completely over the top. Completely, like we're talking about like relative action here. Like completely over the top action has been taken there. Like, was it necessary to neutralize this target in that fashion? And they designate her as a terrorist. Answer me this question then. Does anyone actually think that she's a domestic terrorist? Like, that one's a pretty crazy one. That's an Asmongold take, if ever I heard it. The video actually shows he was off to the side when he fired the first shot. And the windscreen hole is literally right in the bottom corner. No tariffs, police officer car. No traffic. Police officer's car. There's a difference. If it was an immigrant, they would have labeled a sleeper cell radical or something. But the moment they want to vilify one of their own, domestic terrorists or radicalized by public libraries and gender neutral toilets. She was hindering the officers doing their job. So she's a terrorist and she just deserves to be shot in the head. Is that what I'm hearing, Danielle? Like, she was parked in a fashion that was obstructing an officer. And so they should shoot her in the head. Like, this is like the logical progression of what we're talking about here. She was hindering an officer. Let's take that on face value. And so she should be shot in the head. And it's completely acceptable to do so. No questions asked. She's a terrorist. True. She had been following ICE around as well as antagonizing them. Doesn't excuse the shooting. But still, does it make her a terrorist for doing that? And like unverified as well. Like, that's just what Kristi Noem said, that she'd been following them around all day, because other people said she just dropped her kids off at school. So, like, has she been following them around all day at 10 o'clock in the morning after dropping her kids off at school? Like, what does all day mean? Like, it's pretty big stretch of the imagination, that one. Anyway, like, I'll stop. the shooting is a bit extreme, but only extreme to us, to Americans. It's just another Monday. Uh, anyway, all right, let's have a look. Um, let's find out about the victim, shall we? The lady, Renee. She's a person. At the end of the day, there are supposedly policies about taking slash using lethal force involving a moving vehicle. They aren't supposed to do it. Okay, so like if it's even like a policy thing as well, like because like what happened was then the car, we all saw it, we were watching it yesterday, like the car kind of veered off to the right and then crashed into a parked vehicle, another, obviously causing a threat, right, to other persons in the area. The domestic terrorist line is crap. She refused to get out of the car. She turned the vehicle to get away and ran into the officer while doing so. You still haven't answered the question, like, Danielle, is this person a terrorist? Should they be shot in the head? Like, just two simple. We understand the facts of the situation, and let's just take the line that you're using. She refused to get out of the car. We've seen the footage. She turned the wheel to get away, and she ran into the. That's very debatable. But let's just say she ran into an officer while doing so. Does she deserve to be shot in the head and classified as a terrorist? Just if you could answer those two questions for me. No, she doesn't deserve to be, I'm assuming, shot in the head. And no to then the terrorist one as well. Fair enough. I just want to know what their gauge is. I'm trying to understand like where we draw the line on this type of stuff.
Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
Renee Nicole Good, the 37-year-old mother of three, fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minnesota Wednesday morning, was a stay-at-home mom who didn't show any signs of activism, according to family. Videos have gone viral of the shooting where Good was killed when she allegedly...
No to the terrorist question? So she deserves to be shot in the head? I don't know, man. That's really extreme for me. I don't think anyone deserves to get shot in the head, especially like in these circumstances. There's so many things going on here. Like it really could all have been one big misunderstanding and someone died for it.
Lured her Honda Pilot into a federal agent after blocking them in a residential Minneapolis neighborhood during an immigration operation.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my God! What the What the
Good was shot in the head as she attempted to drive off, crashing into a parked car down the road. Born in Colorado.
Whoa, yes, she had to be stopped. Whoa. Man, I don't know if we have the same level of acceptability, like in terms of what's acceptable for law enforcement to do when they feel it necessary to just shoot someone in the head. And like, look, like even taking into consideration what Jags mentioned before, there are policies about moving vehicles and they aren't supposed to do this. That's some extreme action, I must say. Tom Joseph's back. How you going? Real fucking scumbag repeating Trump's lies. I'm Chad. ICE is literally operating illegally. Yeah, fair enough. At the drop of a hat if they feel threatened. It's crazy. Good to know who the fuckwits are.
Colorado Springs, Good, whose full name was Renee Nicole Macklin Good, was a devout Christian.
Does that answer it for you, Ninja Nurse? Hey? This is the demographic profile of the victim.
Springs, Good, whose full name was Renee Nicole Macklin Good, was a devout Christian who took part in youth missions.
She's a Christian. Remember we were looking at the stuff last year about how they're upset, or the Trump administration is really upset about the tax on, or the increase in Christian violence, or like anti-Christian violence, and they were taking it as a matter of like national security because Christians are under attack. Well, ICE agents have now killed a Christian woman in cold blood in Minneapolis. What are they going to do about this? They got to stop the killing of Christians. Sorry, in the chat I meant. Yeah, I think I know what you meant.
to Northern Ireland as a child. Good had 3 children, a 15-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son with her first husband, and a 6-year-old son with her second. Good had moved to Valley Falls, Kansas with her parents after her second husband, who suffered from PTSD, died in 2023. She then moved to Kansas City, Missouri, before relocating to Minnesota last year and claimed on social media to be experiencing Minneapolis,
Christian
displaying
lesbian
a
woman.
pride flag emoji on her
Hey, why can't you be both? Why can't you be both? Oh, that's hilarious. We're beyond cooked. We're about to be charred meat. Oh my god. Dilemmas. That's hilarious. Why can't you be both? Why can't you be lesbian and believe in Jesus? They're not mutually exclusive, are they? Not sure which side the conservatives would go with.
Instagram account.
Coward fuckwits repenting Trump's lies. Sorry, just a little angry. Yeah, fair enough. It's this is a really emotionally charged subject, and like with all the rhetoric that you hear, like any life is valuable and like is precious and all this sort of stuff, and it's like, is it? Is it? Doesn't seem like it. Tom, would you rather people just ignore police when they say stop and get out of the car after hindering them? Gotta ask the American religious zealotry. Where are the white lives matter people now? Oh my god. That is fucking hilarious. That is hilarious. Did you come up with that, or have you heard somebody else say that? Because if not, you better fucking claim that one. Where are the white lives matter people now? Why aren't they protesting against ICE indiscriminately killing white people in the car? Fucking hilarious.
Her ex-husband said Good was a stay-at-home mother. The former spouse, who remained anonymous, never saw his ex-wife as an activist and didn't know her to participate in protests. He said Good and her current partner had just dropped off the 6-year-old at school before they encountered the ICE agents. Video following the shooting appeared to capture the heartbroken partner hysterically crying after Good's death.
Hey, was you riding with her? Did you call any of your peoples yet?
We're new here. I don't have.
The Trump administration tagged Good as a
Look, man. Like, so for this, the part of the story, obviously, which is about like they've been following her all day. It's like, didn't they just drop their kids at school? It just depends, I guess, what you describe as following someone all day. Like if you've been annoying someone for like, I don't know, in a couple of hours or something like that, that might entail the fact that you've been on their case the whole day. Damn it, you deserve to be fucking labeled a terrorist and shot in the head. I know if I was an American, cops walked up to my car, hands would be in the air, quick, smart. I've seen the internet. It's a pretty good call, man. I must say, I would react like that as well if I had a cop coming near my car in the States, like, for whatever reason, and just feel like, oh my God, I've seen enough of the internet. This is a life and death situation. I'm real nutter, chop, man. Doesn't justify killing them. Absolutely not.
Domestic terrorist after the shooting. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them. An act of domestic terrorism, DHS Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. After the fatal shooting, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey launched a furious attack
Yeah,
on
this guy was pissed off, wasn't he? Oh, you didn't listen to an illegal vigilante, unconstitutional federal police, so you need to die. You're not going to the US anytime soon if they ask for your SM history? Yeah, I know. There's no chance of me going to the States, right? I'm not allowed to. No way. You say don't justify killing her, so what do you suggest they've done? Well, like, if what Jag has said is true, you let her go. you let her go. If there's a moving car policy, you don't fire into a moving car, then you actually have to let her go if that's the policy. Now, outside of that, what is morally acceptable, I'm assuming is your question, is like, yeah, not shooting someone in the head. Like, I don't know, I just don't feel like that was necessary. Like, you've seen the footage, right? Like, this wasn't like there was a police officer standing in a crowd of people and then this car just like came in out of nowhere, which is what happens in like events where terrorists use vehicles like as a battering ram to take groups of people out. Like, these were people that were scuffling and like she's moved the wheel to try and get away. Like, you can see the trajectory of the car. And like, I just don't think there's any real grounds for self-defense. Like, the argument is self-defense. It's not, oh, they were trying to apprehend a criminal or something like that. It was self-defense. And like, I don't know if that was necessary in the line of self-defense. Very easily could have just jumped out of the way of the car. I think what has happened is, which is what happens in the heat of the moment, is he's already had himself drawn and then he's noticed the car move and then he's reacted. If he wasn't already in a position of being like having his weapon drawn, that would have just been very different. He would have just jumped out of the way of the car. So it's just that sort of stuff just happens so fast. They have her plates, easy to track down. If they really wanted to, yeah. Just follow Trump's lies, mate. You're a hero. She ran straight into an officer. And then we watched it multiple times yesterday and just replayed that one. Like, it is so debatable whether or not she actually ran into the officer. Like, when someone tries to run into someone, it's pretty fucking clear. Like, this is very, very grey. Really grey. Hey man, loved the introduction. I'm at work terminating fire protection cables on a public infrastructure job. Got me in the feels. Are you talking about the introduction where we talk about like on Friday, like the eve before the weekend? We talk about like how all the value that like we create and like, you know, we pay our respects and I hope you have a good weekend and all that sort of stuff. I hope you mean by that introduction, Mental Lapse 09. And if it is, then that was for you. And I hope you enjoyed it. And like whatever work that you're doing at the moment, good luck to you. And I hope you do get a fucking weekend and a break from serving somebody else with your labor. I really hope you do. So yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining the stream. She was trying to get away and he was in her escape path. That's very different to intentionally try to run someone over. Like, I can get down with that if that's the explanation. She was trying to get away and like he was standing in front of the vehicle. But like you can see like the trajectory of the vehicle, like she was obviously doing the turning motion. So like she was trying to get away. I think that makes much more sense. Australia has a much bigger leftist problem which needs to be sorted. They are putrid, says 8101, never mind. What a savage introduction to the stream comment section that was. The ice made the wheels spin. The officer would have heard the engine rev up and then had fight or flight response. Right or wrong. Yeah, that's all. Like, you can see it. Like, the heat of the moment, things go down real fast. The fact that he's got the gun drawn in the first place, fight or flight has whatever kicked in, and he's taken shots. Even though, like, if it was just one shot, like, more explainable, but there was like 3 gunshots, like bang, bang, bang. Yep, that one, Mental Lapse. Hey, this is what we do on a Friday. I'm really glad that you got to catch the introduction. It's my favorite thing to do on a Friday, is to talk about how we create all the value in the world. And here's to all the working people out there. So it's on our shoulders that the world exists. But like, I'm glad you enjoyed it. That was for you, Mental Lapse, and all of the working people out there. Tom Jones, I have fun with the scumbags, mate. I've had enough cowards with guns that America's just sick of it. Got clowns repeating Trump's lines. Got cowards in chat today. He was in her escape path that he intentionally put himself in. The wheels were aimed at the officer before he pulled his gun. Just a bad scenario all round. That's the contents I was talking about. Why did they have their guns out? She was hindering them. Yeah, but like that's a gun drawable offense, is it? Like it was when you see all the other footage of all the ICE agents and stuff like that. Like a lot of stuff happens. Like they even smash people's windows before they draw their guns. Like that was not always the chain of events that I've seen when they've apprehended. Like when they come out, you know, like secret police style or you know Gestapo style, whatever you want to call it. Like they rock up in unmarked vans and they corner people and they drag them out of their cars and stuff like that. It's not the first thing that happens is they start drawing their weapons. Like there's a whole chain of events usually that happens before that. Bad scenario, real scumbag exposed. Anyway, sorry, I'll let almost. It's just a short piece explaining who Renee was.
On ice.
ICE, get the out of Minneapolis.
Fuck out of here.
We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
Good was killed on her older sister's birthday, her uncle Robert Ganger told ABC Denver 7. Her parents described her as a caring human being who was killed in a stupid circumstance. Renee was one of the kindest people I've ever known, her mother, Donna Ganger, told the Star Tribune. She was extremely passionate. She's taken care of people all her life. She was loving, forgiving, and affectionate. She was an amazing human being. She was probably terrified, Ganger added, saying the circumstance of the death were so stupid.
Yo, what's up, Farias in the house? Get the fuck out of Minnesota. Oh my god. Woozle in the house as well. How you going? The video I saw showed easily that the wheels were turning because she was following confusing instruction. They also showed her turning left, the guy in no actual peril. He was filming and walked to the car. Yeah, fair enough. Get the fuck out. Yeah, wow. Yeah, like it's so different, right, when you actually like put a human behind this. Like so far it's just been like ICE officer questions over, you know, who's really at fault here. It's just like, hello, there's someone dead in a car over here. Who is this person? These people will make you sick, mate, following Trump's and ICE lines like real dogs. Pavlovian response, dog whistles. I think this thing's unfortunate. Yes, it could have gone down a lot better. She shouldn't have been instructing them with a vehicle. Law enforcement get killed by cars all the time. Yeah. Saying that they were all saying what we were all thinking. The mayor was saying, yeah, get the fuck out. He was on the front right, walked to the front left as she turned. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't get like hit by the car. Like you see his arm, like his hands, he puts his hands on the front of the car to move his body out of the way, but he doesn't get hit by the car at all. Like we saw the footage yesterday as well. Like I don't know how much footage other people were seeing, but you see him like afterwards he walks down to the car. He's like chill as fuck. We called him Bane because he looks like Bane from like the Batman villain. He's got his little mask on and stuff like that. And he's just like, yeah, like chill as fuck, walks over to the car, like checks out what he's done, and then like walks back to his car, gets in his car, like doesn't look injured or concerned at all, walks back to his car and then gets the fuck out of there like real fast. They must have a kind of an unspoken protocol for that type of situation. Hey man, you better get the fuck out of here kind of thing. And yeah, just takes off. It looked fine. That being said, an officer put himself in the line of fire and could have just been a misunderstanding on his part. Of her intentions. Even if he wasn't in peril, he was in front of the car and the driver just hits the gas. That would make you fear for your life. I don't know, man, killing someone in cold blood because she was hindering them is a slippery slope. Yeah. But what we've been able to establish, there is consensus on one thing so far, that what happened doesn't designate her as a domestic terrorist. That's what I think everyone agrees on that one. Now, like nobody agrees on whether or not who's at fault here. Trigger happy ICE officer or gas pedal heavy Renee Good. But like everyone I think is in agreement here that she's not a domestic terrorist, which is a bit of a fucking stretch. She didn't hit the gas. Like, it was the speedway. She moved off as she was fucking told to. You know, that's a really good point. Like, she was told to get fucking moving. At the end of the day, she was told to move on. You basically justify anything at that point. Lots of white supremacists around showing true colors today. You can see the wheels spinning out on the ice from ground angle taken by the neighbor. Jag, she should have blocked the ice. She should have blocked the ice psychopaths. No. They should. No. Should they have shot her? No. Yes, that's. Yeah, it still comes down to that for me. It's just like, you know, how do you justify shooting someone in the head? Even in an instant like that. It's still way too much of a reaction. It's not commensurate. It's as a response to that. People are trying to make it out if she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but she wasn't. She had been hindering them. Even if she didn't have the intent, the officer can only go by what they saw, which was the engine revving. ICE are illegally kidnapping people. They are an unconstitutional illegal militia serving one man. Of course, people are out there hindering. It's their constitutional duty. Constitutional duty is to their country. Just cowards with guns. That's America. Weak cowards. People with weak minds repeating lies. Well, so people believe the lie. She was trying to hit the cop. This is so frustrating because it's clear as day. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah. She was told to get out of the car. Danielle should just agree to disagree. You aren't going to sway anyone here to their country, not one man. That's correct. The county. Yeah. Well, again, we've got one. If you're wondering if we've found some form of consensus here on the streams chat so far, it's just this person is not a domestic terrorist. And everything else is up for debate, apparently. Well, like, at least we know who she is now. Renee. A mother of three, is it? Mother of three. One of 4 children herself. Just dropped her 6-year-old off at school. So it's a bit of a stretch saying that she was following ICE around all day. It seems like this was happening early enough in the morning. Maybe she'd been following them around for an hour after school. But, like, I don't know. If you can really argue it. And you definitely can't argue that she was a terrorist. That's just outrageous. Not relevant to the current topic, but here's my offering to Far Right Friday. Dr. Joanna Howe is a professional of law, a former New South Wales Rhodes Scholar. Really? And mother of 5. Oh, God. Okay, fine. Let's check it out later then. ICE literally makes people disappear, use excessive force, and hold them in cruel conditions. Anyone would try to get away. Yeah. Boozle, Pauline Hanson courting the US NRA. That cow would turn us into a Trump light in a heartbeat. ICE are actually enforcing the law as it is written. Whether it's morally right or wrong is another question. Constitution is for the country, not one man. Danielle, I watched it. Within 5 seconds, she was told to get out of the car and then told to move on. All right, let us continue. Let us continue. Oh, have you guys seen this? This is the interview or the press conference, I guess, that JD Vance and Carolyn Levitt were part of. JD Vance is like, yeah, he doubles down hard. Like, this is obviously they've all gotten the memo. It's had time to circulate, and this is the official position on this one. And like, he just fucking nails it.
Attorney General. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer killed.
Oh, yeah, right. I might just let JD Vance simmer there for a second. If you're new to this chat or to this stream, if you're on YouTube, everyone who's on YouTube right now, hit the fucking like button, and subscribe. And if you want to be part of our propaganda machine where we share all the stuff that we all, I don't know, watch behind the scenes, Here's an invite to our Discord. Go and join and like share your propaganda there. This is how we connect with one another. And so like go and join the Discord. Use that link, please. You can see it down below. And if you are interested as well in keeping up to date with things, please go over and become a free member on Patreon. You can get email notifications there. It doesn't happen all the time. You won't get notifications all the time through social media. That's just the way the algorithm works, but you will get them emailed to you on Patreon. So you can become a free member if you can financially support. I'll love you forever, but like just sign up at least to get, so you're on the email list, please. That would be greatly appreciated.
Kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order.
This is an attack. So like this, so far the debate that's been in the chat today is just like she was basically she was hindering cops and then not following orders. It's not, but like this is like he's making it sound like this was a premeditated attack. Like she's a terrorist and she was laying siege on ICE agents. Like listen to the language. It's more than just like somebody who is not listening to an officer and hindering an operation. She was attacking law enforcement.
Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to
like, is there any evidence of that? Has anyone seen anything come up about Renee Good, that she's part of Trans Tifa and she's been out there popping ICE officers and fascists and doxing people online? Or is she a woman who was dropping her kids off to school and then like hanging out with other people who were protesting and like putting the heat on ICE and their operations in their locality? Like, is it wrong for them to be putting pressure on federal agents that are operating in their locality? Is that not part of the free society that the US have, upheld for so long, and they make it like part of their cultural identity that they live in a free society and they're able to have certain liberties like freedom of speech, which extends to the right to assemble in public areas? Like, is this an actual attack as he's making it out to be, or some type of left-wing conspiracy? Like, is she part of Trans Tifa? Is she part of the National Security Memorandum 7? Is she anti-American, anti-Christian, anti-capitalist? Like, is she all of these things? Is she part of that big left-wing conspiracy out there that's trying to bring down the American empire? Or was she just a mum that was, as has been described multiple times, who was just hindering cops? Oh, no, it's not even cops, hindering ICE agents. Like, hindering ICE agents make you part of a broad left-wing conspiracy, make you part of Trans Tifa? Are you trying to bring down the American deep state by like hindering ICE agents? I don't know, man. This is a massive stretch. It's crazy stuff. It's absolutely crazy. But like, she was attacking. It was an attack on our agents. It was an attack. Where was it here? Where was it? I've missed some stuff in the chat. Far right Fridays are always a good reality check to see how gullible / easily people convince themselves after what they, whatever they want to believe, regardless of the evidence staring them in the face. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. This one, right? Part of the propaganda machine. This is just a distraction story, so we stop asking questions about the T-Rex on the tanker and when the Gaza Jurassic Park will open. Yes, the T-Rex on the oil tanker they seized in the North Atlantic with no one on board and no precious cargo. Suspicious much? Domestic terrorists, bro. Oh, Danielle. So people should cower at home while insane freak undergoes every shred of human decency the US had left. If everything is domestic terrorism, then nothing is domestic terrorism. Don't get like it is. It isn't name calling. He isn't a natural human. He's insane. He likes to drop babies from boats and hurt children. He steals, corrupts, and now has dementia. So that justifies him putting a bullet in her brain. Little insult keyboard. Cowards, mate. Chop, chop. He and his youngest son are the greatest threat to world peace than any human since World War II. LOL, if he had already had an injury from cars, then you would think that he would know better than to literally stand in front of one. It is an interesting point, actually, I must say. Oh, Spandonk is back for 2026. Happy New Year. How you going? He said it was an attack on law enforcement officers. So saying that is technically correct. Obstruction is an attack on law enforcement. Shady way to phrase it, though. I don't know. Is obstruction are people, like, honestly though, Spandonk, like, really, like, people, like, citizens at the end of the day. And she was one. So I'm assuming here. Like being in the public realm and expressing, again, like America prides itself on being this kind of free society, like certain liberties awarded to them. And even the liberty of free speech, which is not something that most countries have. No one has that luxury apart from Americans. And like you can express freedom of speech in a number of ways, which can manifest as well as being in public places and putting pressure on agents of the state, let's call them. You can do that freely and openly. And so, like, is that an attack on law enforcement, making their lives hard, putting pressure on them? I don't know if that is. I really don't know if that is an attack. Like, it's obviously like making their life hard. It's making their life difficult and all that sort of stuff. It's definitely that. But like, is it an attack? It's just a huge claim. Integer's back. How you going? Good to have you. Yeah, he was so traumatized that he had to use his body to block a vehicle before pulling his gun out. This is exactly the same as Venezuela's situation. Even if you accept the premise of their statements, does that justify capturing someone and invading a country contravening international law? Ergo, if she was agitating, does that justify him putting a bullet in her brain? The gaslighting is real. Yeah, it really does come down to that. Like, was she pissing them off? Should they have shot her in the head for this? And like, you know, especially as someone who has like young children as well, like her, like I'd have to say no. Like, now there's kids out there that have lost their mum. Just got to wait out 3 days of spin from both sides. Then the next story will hit. The news cycle is ludicrous speed these days. That's actually a pretty good point. It's just, you know, after Venezuela, now there's this, right? If you're really cool, you will know what chop chop means. OG. Mental lapse. Hindering law enforcement is called obstruction, and you can be arrested for it. Yeah, look, obstruction. Okay, let's go with the technical terms here. But is that an attack on law enforcement? Like obstruction? That's an interesting one. Construing. Happy New Year. It's good to have you back. Hope you're well. Well, if it's obstruction, it's an attack on enforcement as an action, not against officers, but the phrasing it like an attack on law enforcement makes it sound violent. Okay, so it's just like language formation here. Yeah, right. Yeah, imagine defending a cop for murdering a mother of 3. Not even a cop. Yeah, like that's the weird thing about this one. Like do we have to culture war this one up? Like, this is the state, a repressive arm of the government, like blatantly just like killing someone, and like people are like, no, they were fully justified, like kind of thing. Like, come on. Like, the working class used to be better than this. Us commoners used to be so much better than this. When we saw blatant violence like that, we used to be like, that's it, the government's overstepped the mark. They've overreached, they've done it again. And like, we'd be beyond that as a class, demanding action. So like, the state isn't out there killing us commoners, us plebs. We would unify behind stuff like this. And it's just gone straight back into, it's just been pulled into the culture war machine, and everyone's just like, no, it's okay, like it's completely justifiable this time. But if it happened to me, I'd be pretty upset. Exactly, of course you would. If it happened to one of my loved ones, I'd be very upset. I'd be really upset. Yeah, but like JD Vance, like he eats this shit for breakfast.
Do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE, I stand with ICE, we stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, when things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
Vice President.
Vance needs some ice for his head if he ever goes to Minnesota. Lies and red herrings. Okay, now he's actually saying she attacked him directly. Well, like, it sounded like he was like, she tried to ram him. And like, you look at the footage over and over again. We did it yesterday, and it's just like, I don't think she was trying to ram him. Like, again, and we talked about this before, you could argue for days over whether she hit him or not. And like, I still think that like he's like pushed himself off the car and he hasn't actually been hit by the car. But like ramming, like she's part of a left-wing group like Trans Tifa, and she's been using, what was it, terror tactics to bring down ICE agents and all this sort of stuff. Like, she's part of a broader left-wing conspiracy. Like, all this stuff is just fucking mental. Lots of right-wing trolls repeating Trump's lies. Out today. See, they projecting. Speech falters twice. He knows he's repeating her words. His brain knows it's not true. Bad framing there, Mr. Mascara. Mr. Mascara. I hope they don't check his social media account when he tries to come back into the country at all. Oh my god, bad wording. Vance, Tim Walz is a fraud. I'm completely honest about being in the pocket of the tech bros. He went forward for his second shot.
Unrelated question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American People's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just
There isn't clear intent. She was probably scared and reacted, and the officer felt threatened and reacted. The windshield, bad framing, or straight out lies. There was probably a dozen other police shootings that day across America just cause this is ICE related. It's in the zeitgeist like this. That's an interesting point, actually. Due process, you fucking piece of shit. Yeah, this seems like both the woman and the officer overreacted. Conflating her actions with organized groups and attacks is insane approach to handling it. No idea what the fuck Vance is doing. He's playing his role. He's doing his job as vice president to Trump in the Project 2025 era. This is what it's all about. Vance seems to be conflating law with justice. It's actually a difference. Like, law does not equal justice. That's for sure, right? ACAB. I've said it once. I'll say it again. Jag, I hope you got that tattooed on you somewhere. I've said it once. Fact is, the final command was to move her car, and she did. And it's just traumatized. Teddy was probably a crosswalk accident scam in a former life and went for a second bite at the injury payment. You can't really prove it's outright lies. No one knows the driver's intent. The intent changes everything. So bad framing. She moved when told to. Intent was to move. Martial law time. Yeah, fucking hell. Especially in Minneapolis, right? It's because she was the first white suburban mum shot and killed by them. Remember that show, Spin City? That's real life now. Huh. It's crazy. All right, let's one more thing that I wanted to watch on this. Oh yeah, people are upset and have been protesting. I don't know where they're protesting, like outside of federal court system or something. Trauma Teddy was not injured in this instance. He didn't even attend hospital. Apparently he did. Like, so Kristi Noem kept saying. He went to hospital and now he's safely back with his family or something like that. But, like, I don't know if he was actually injured at all. He walked away from the scene fine. Don't look up. You can't say for sure she was just moving on. It's a murky at best on both sides. It's just an unfortunate accident.
Now, a protest against the shooting dead of a woman by a US immigration agent in the city of Minneapolis has turned violent.
She lied. He didn't. Ah, okay, there you go. I thought that it was just part of the protocol. Like if you've been involved in an incident, they send you to a hospital or something, or at least they have a medical person assess you to see if like you're physically fit or something like that, just in case you have some type of compensation charge one day against the organization. But like, there you go. So he didn't even go to hospital, because that's what she said straight away. She was like, oh, he went to hospital and then he went back and he's with his family or something like that.
Tensions flared when
safely back with his family after making 3 kids orphans. Savage comment there from 4IS.
Several demonstrators were detained by security forces monitoring the protest. On Wednesday, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was shot after officers surrounded her vehicle and ordered her to get out. The Department of Homeland Security says Good attempted to drive into them, and her shooting was an act of self-defense. Manu Rapalo joins me now on the phone from Minneapolis. He's just arriving now at the...
Yeah, it's Ross. I heard someone, like, because what happened was when we watched the Kristi Noem thing yesterday, she was just like, oh, this guy has sustained an injury before and been dragged by a car by some protester or something like that. And so people have gone out and found the court documents in relation to that matter and have found the officer's name. Is that how you found it too, Jay? Like, people have been speaking about the court case? That's crazy. Yeah, they made some insane statements. Then new videos came out proving them wrong. Trump Eve is quoted saying, the woman driving the car violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. It's hard to believe he's still alive, but he's now recovering in the hospital. Oh, that's fucking crazy. It's hard to believe he's alive. No way he said that. Did he really? Oh, that's crazy. Well, obviously he hasn't seen the same footage that we have. So. And Trauma Teddy was running his own agenda, filming, stepping into cars past. They basically did the joke from South Park. Oh, she's coming right for us. Yeah, someone put that in the chat yesterday. I think it was Voltaire. Where is it? Yeah. Where is Voltaire? He's missing out. This is the one. He's coming right for us. So good. Hilarious. He's coming right for us. His name was published by the Star Tribune today? No, that's fucking mental. Yeah, that's what I was thinking immediately. Yeah, that was it. She's coming right for us. I'm with the 99%. She was murdered by ICE. Yeah, like when it first happened, like when I was prepping for yesterday's stream, like in the morning, all the articles that were coming out, and like even Fox stuff was just like someone has just been like murdered by ICE officers or killed in like cold blood by ICE officers. And this is before the, you know, the manufacturing consent culture war machine had started, and they're just reporting on stuff. It was interesting. Yes, and the officer was still in front of the car and heard it rev, and you see the tire spin. He may have been wrong to shoot, but he also could have feared for his life. 2 things can be true. And how very dialectical of you, Dilemmas. It was ICE. She didn't have the thingies in. As in ice on the ground. There's a lot of confusion between what type of ice we're talking about here. Wheel spin on ice. Was no quarter mile. Tromp on the accelerator. All right, back to it.
Protest that, as you can see, is underway there. Manuel, I mean, given the very, very strong reaction to the shooting by both the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis, I mean, is it possible to sum up the sentiment there in the city right now?
Sure. I should explain as well why we're speaking on the phone and you are not seeing me on video right now. We were asked to relocate by Homeland Security, which is why you can't see us right now. But I am standing at the site of where protesters are right now facing off still with Homeland Security, with Immigration and Customs enforcement agents here. As you can see, well, as you can hear around me, there are people that are chanting. At the moment, things are very calm, but there is a sort of tension in the air. The sentiment here certainly is one of not welcoming these federal agents in the city. If there is a single demand that we could say that these protesters have right now, it's for these federal agents to simply leave.
And Manny, is there any more information coming to light about?
That was very calm. Hey, it's just another day in Minneapolis, apparently. Oh my God. Perhaps murder, but not by the letter of American law. If he felt threatened, it's not murder. That's how their system works. Interesting. That's all you need to say. Look, he's coming right for us. It's the what do they call? What are the uncles called? Jimbo and is it Ned? This guy? Jimbo and Ned? It's the Jimbo and Ned defense. He's coming right for us. KK Online, welcome. How you going? Happy New Year. Hope you're well. Why are people defending a murderer? The lady barely drove more than 5K an hour. If you think any different, you're clearly brain dead. Welcome back to the chat. It's good to have you. I have a hypothesis. Perhaps the media is pushing the villain ICE agent narrative so that people fear them rather than respect them. They're manufacturing this image because they don't want an approachable law enforcement agency. They want a boogeyman. It's not a bad theory. Hey, you got to push the fact that these guys are kind of like, you know, unpredictable, right? And like deadly in their unpredictability. So don't fuck with them. Hey, don't fuck with ICE. This is what happens when you fuck around. They will just shoot you. And like, you don't get a second chance after you've been shot in the head, right? You don't get a second chance. Someone just getting dog piled on, but nah, they just playing around and having fun. Yeah, it's pretty intense scenes going on here. And like, I don't know where this is out the front, because like that's where the ICE agents are. So there must be a federal building around here, because the federal agents have to, like, they're like really supposed to be around or protecting, let's say, federal property. And so they must be protesting outside a federal building of some sort. Defending it lowers the public bar of expectation. Look at the NRA deflecting their responsibility in the conditions of mass shootings and gun violence, or gas extractors enjoying the deflection. Ninja Nurse, well, Supreme Leader Trump wants to bring back the brown shirts. That's exactly what ICE is. Of making it a personal responsibility instead. Sick, weak-minded people, KK, they're all getting exposed today, mate. Defend this is accept this. Interesting.
Out the woman at the center of all of this, Renee Nicole Good, the woman killed by an ICE agent, the woman whose death has sparked all of this outrage.
Certainly. Last night, on Wednesday evening, we visited the site where the shooting took place, where Renee Nicole Good, 37-year-old American citizen, was shot and killed by ICE agents. There was a small vigil that had been held by members.
Like, look at some of these people here. Like, they're not like 22-year-olds, if you know what I mean. I wonder where these people are coming from, who they are exactly.
Members of the community who said that she was a good woman, a neighbor, a mother, a child of 4, and certainly someone who did not deserve to die. What we're hearing is just... well, the sentiment has changed quite a bit from last night. It was a very quiet scene. People were showing remembrance, were paying respect, very different than what we're seeing today. It seems like that sentiment has once again, or rather turned into anger. You can certainly feel it in the air. There's a tension today, but when it comes to the person that was shot, people rejecting the idea or this notion that's being presented by the Department of Homeland Security that she was the way that Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary, is characterizing her as a domestic terrorist. People are rejecting that notion.
Yeah, we can most certainly.
I think we've rejected that notion as well. Anyone still think that she's a domestic terrorist? Anyone? The ICE image also serves as a deterrent for anyone thinking about moving to America. Further their isolationism agenda with fear. There is no voting your way out of this. Ooh. There's a harsh reality for you. Next, this clown will say George Floyd died of drug overdose, not knee on neck. You think people would be out there fighting for others if it was just rapists and murderers and gangsters being deported? People with valid credentials are being removed for their ethnicity. Not defending anything, I'm calling it as I see it. Bad reactions from both parties. Definitely excessive force, but also if he feared for his life, even if he wasn't in danger.
Here, and indeed,
that's how they run their society.
See the tension there in Minneapolis, Manuel. We're looking at live pictures of scuffles, as you say, members of the community involved in protesting what has transpired there in Minneapolis, going from a scene of shock to one clearly of anger right now.
Like everyone's over there behind the camera protesting. These two are hanging out, counting the stars on the American flag. What are they up to? That's the real story. I want to get to the bottom of this.
Tear gas, by the looks of it, being used by enforcement agencies at that scene in Minneapolis. All right, Manuel Rapallo then.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture.
I'm never going to America. What for they insane China or Japan for me, mate? Isn't this arguably what the Second Amendment is about? The right to bear arms in case your government turns against you? This is exactly what the far right argues when they discussed the Second Amendment. Well, like you can use, take up arms, you can attack law enforcement when it's in a justifiable position, or take up arms against the state, and the vehicle is being described as a weapon, right? The real story with those two, man, they say there's 50 stars on the flag. Is it really true? Oh man, I'm high as fuck. Yeah, what the fuck were those two people doing when everyone's protesting? They're just like, huh? I don't know. They're looking for room for when they add Greenland to the flag. They're like, where are we going to put another star? Huh? So good. So good. And when they add Greenland, when they add Mexico, Canada. Oh, hilarious. The mental gymnastics people are doing, man. It is the time for much gymnastics. If ICE weren't removing people who shouldn't be removed, the death wouldn't have happened. If you're drunk driving and a kid runs out in front of you, it goes from accident to vehicular homicide. That's a pretty fucking interesting point there, actually. You are responsible, right? Interesting. Interesting. All right. Let us turn to the actual point of Far Right Fridays. Thank God they've got legal weed keeping them sane. It's the last hope the Americans have. Legalized marijuana. And these two, they'll calm the situation down eventually. They'll start going around hugging people. Help us count the stars on the American flag. All right, that's enough of this. I just wanted updates on it. Potty mouth for the win. Might have to start smoking again. That's how you get through this. That's how you get through this. Okay? It's the only thing, man. Sorry, I have zero tolerance for lying scumbags. Yeah, you're revved up today. Tom Jones is back. Do mind the pun. No, that's LSD. If you want hugsies. Good point. Remember when America was cool because they were slowly legalizing marijuana? Now look at them. What happened, man? You used to be cool. All right, yeah, like I said, that's it. I just wanted an update on what's going on. Or what has developed since then, and like at least get some type of understanding of who this person was, like humanizing the person who is being used as political football in the fucking culture wars now. This woman, a 37-year-old woman who is now going to be known as a domestic terrorist. I just wanted to understand who she was, basically. Look at the fucking views on this shit. Distractions. 243,000 views. Pauline Hanson, she's killing it. All right, so as part of Far Right Fridays, as you would know, we've been going over Pauline Hanson's cartoon series called Please Explain. We actually finished season 2 on the last Far Right Fridays of the year in December, a couple of weeks ago now. And so here we are, back for season 3, apparently. And like, I think this came out maybe in 2024, I want to say. And so like, it's a year old, maybe getting up to a couple of years old now. So we're gonna dip back into the Australian right-wing pipeline, and we'll try and understand what the fuck they're going on about at the time, because I wasn't really too conscious of Australian politics up until like, I guess a year ago, actually, when I started streaming and paying attention to Australian politics. Before, for me, it was more global than anything else. So I'm learning, and we're learning together, and we're going to learn a bit more about right-wing perspectives online. So let's do this. What? There's a season 3? Gina has to be bankrolling this. Fucking believe it. Believe it. I think they take donations as well. Bro, I gave up for New Year's. I'm a bit on the edge. Yeah, fair enough. Stuff like this is what radicalizes people. But no, it's just trans Tifa that's causing the radical rise. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Like when Ice Age, it's people are pretty, you know, kind of on the edge about already, like indiscriminately killing people. That's not what radicalizes people. It's trans Tifa. They're the worst. I'll be here in presence, but I can't listen to that earthworm, that earworm horseshit. RIP, folks. Thank you for your service. Ah, fair enough. Come and join us for some lols and trying to understand what the fuck is going on here. But I understand if you can't. You can't take it, man. Tom Jones is Jonesing hard. Is that like a reference to something I'm missing? Jonesing hard? I don't know the jonesing there. All right, let's do this. Let's do it.
We're back.
Jag has been thinking about this over the break. Just wants some more Pauline in his life. And like the cartoon version of Pauline as well. Not the real version of Pauline. The cartoon makes her look so much more pleasing to the eye, I guess you could say. So much more, dude. All right, what's this one called? Distractions. Tell us about distractions. Pauline Hanson's Please Explain is back. We're here to warn you about Albanese's mission to distract. Labor wants you to forget about their broken promises, the rising cost of living, and our leaky borders. Eh? So they are ringing those prime ministerial wedding bells and cranking up the volume on some Taylor Swift tunes. This is the 1st of March 2024. Hey, what a year 2024 it was. Hey, I've had blue balls for that fire crotch. Oh my god. I knew you'd be waiting for some Pauline, bro. I'm glad we're watching this on your account because I don't want to mess up my algorithm. Hey, it's what I do. I sacrifice for the cause. Is Pauline Benjamin buttoning harder this season? Oh, is she now just a teenager in this cartoon? Oof, don't think I will ever stop. Cheers, Woozle. Legend, man. Yeah, she is Benjamin buttoning. She'll be in her 20s soon. And then just for Jag.
Hey, you know no one likes me at the moment? Well, I realise that you're the only one that does, Jody. So I wanted to ask, will you make me the happiest man in the world?
Anthony!
So, is that a yes?
Yes, of course. 1,000 times yes.
Great, got it. Thanks, Jodes. Oh my god, great news. I'd better be good news. We need it. Alright, let's get a photo real quick. Let's get this Aboriginal portrait in the background. Done.
What's going on, Anthony? I thought maybe we could share this moment, just us.
Oh, but Jody, we're trending. And it's mostly positive this time.
I thought we could talk about the wedding. Will we have a big wedding or a small, intimate one?
Well, that's going to be up to Dave.
Who's Dave?
Dave, from the DOD.
What's the Department of Defense got to do with this?
No, No, not the Department of Defense, honey. The Department of Distractions.
What's the Department of Distractions?
It's just a secret department that I created whose sole focus is to distract the public from any real government problem.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, that means it's doing its job. And so it should. I'm pumping billions of dollars into it. More than any other department. All right, here we are, Jody. Welcome to the Department of Distractions. Isn't this just awesome, Jody? How can anyone be worried about the real issues of the country when there's a goose on the loose?
Did you say this gets the most funding?
Ah! Up there, quick, get down! Press a button! Oh no! Oh, Dave! Oh, you got me again! Jody, this is Dave, the director of the DOD. He's the best in the business. Heard a lot about you, Jody. Welcome. Let me show you some of our work. Here are some of our little stunts, saying crazy things on Cole and Jackie O, and of course, Elbo's new spectacles. Cool little distractions, you know, the media eat them up. But if you want to fall...
Does anyone understand any of the context to any of this sort of stuff? Is this true? Like, does anyone follow Albo on social media or something like that? Has he had new glasses? Does he go on radio shows? Like, more than any other fucking prime minister or politician, that spends their time in the public eye? This is just a smear campaign. Let's take a moment and imagine going on a date with Pauline Hanson 30 years ago. Nothing could dry up my juices more than hearing that voice. Well, maybe that says something about you, Ninja Nurse. Hey? She's not your flavor, potentially. This cartoon brought to you by the Department of Culture Wars. I know, right? The Department of Distraction is basically Albo doing things that prime ministers do or politicians do nowadays. So good. Sorry, I'm an old 53, a spicy meatball. Ironically, this is more a reference to Dutton because he got new glasses during the 2025 election. But yeah, I think Pauline is pointing out the spin, out the spin pollies do, which she does too. Yeah.
All day of distractions, sometimes you just gotta go low. And trust me, there's no low we won't stoop to, Jody. But it's the big campaigns that I'm really proud of, Jody.
What did it say about Dutton just there?
There's no low we won't stoop to, Jody.
Pedo protector. Wow. And then this is Barnaby Joyce when he was pissed out the front of Parliament House and kept falling everywhere, right? Well, at least she's a strong trans woman representing her community in Parliament. Watch out. With allegations like that, she might be picked up as being part of Trans Tifa. Eh? You know what happens then? The Americans are after her.
But it's the big campaigns that I'm really proud of, Jody. Like this one. This little beauty brought us months of distraction. Yeah.
I get it. I see the argumentation here. I get it.
Voice was Dave's idea, actually. Such a good distraction. A perfect waste of time and money.
So it was never really about improving the lives of Aboriginal people?
That's a good question, Jody, and your answer is right over there. Whoosha!
What was that for?
Oh, brilliant, Dave. He's always on this bloke. Anyway, since the referendum has been all bloody boo-hoo, cost of living, housing crisis, the border, immigration, power, fire, crime, tax cuts, broken promises, which is why we decided to shake it off. Shake it off.
Taylor Swift?
Our biggest distraction yet. Swiftmania completely absorbed everyone. Who'd want to talk about Elbo's errors when they could talk about Swifty's Errors tour? Don't worry about Airbus Elbo, just track Tay-Tay's private jet instead. But Jody, Swifty's gone, which means now everyone's going to focus on me again. My policies, my blatant disregard for solving the real issues facing our country, unless we do something big. So big and distracting, we've never seen anything like it before. We need a weapon, Jody, a weapon of mass distraction, which is where you come in.
Me?
Jody, will you be my weapon of mass distraction?
No!
Oh, come on, Jody. Think about it. Nothing's more distracting than a Prime Minister wedding. It'll be like Harry and Meghan. It's all everyone will talk about. And we get married right before the election. And then you and me go on a 3-year honeymoon travelling around the world on the government dime.
Hang on.
3-year
Was this your
honeymoon.
idea?
So good. I want to see. Jody. In 2025. They got married in 2025. Hey? Pauline Hanson or Jody? You decide. The Guardian. Australian PM Anthony Albanese announces engagement to partner Jodie Hayden. And this was from the 15th of February 2024. Oh my God. And this was from March 2024. We fact checked it. Okay? And it goes down with the timeline. Okay? Here's the Department of Distraction, The Guardian, working in fucking overdrive. And look, they've even got the Aboriginal painting in the background. Oh my God. Taylor Schill. Okay? They did, but it was recently. It was after the election. So Pauline was wrong that this was an election distraction. Hey, 4AS, that doesn't work, man. You think Elbow ever tried to smash that shit? That old dog. You know what? Jodie has stayed relatively clear of major attention since Albo became Prime Minister. This feels like they're starting fights with people that have nothing to do with this battle. That's fair enough. Yeah, if you've tried to stay out of the conversation and someone's dragging you into it, so much more low, isn't it? Like if she was obviously one of those first lady types. But no, if she's tried to stay out of the public sphere, just respect her.
What did Dave just tell you to propose for a publicity stunt? Albo, do you even love me?
Hey, Jodie, please, let me be very clear. My position on that hasn't changed.
I thought love meant something to you. Oh, Anthony, you've broken my...
Are you always on? I guess that's why you pay me the big bucks. Oh, Dave.
Wait till Sky News hears about this.
Oh, good one, Albo. You've stuffed up again. She's about to drop a bombshell and expose us all. Oh, my weapon of mass distraction's blown up in my face. What are we gonna do? We need something even bigger. Okay. I've got an idea. It's time we use the atom bomb. Will you marry me, Adam Bance? I thought you'd never ask. It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me.
I don't get it. But like I am assuming it's just a joke because like they're two dudes getting married at a Taylor Swift concert, right? It's just outrageous. Don't look too much into it. Okay? All right, Chinese spies. This will be good. This will be good. I love when people analyze the China problem. Evil China. This will be good. Chinese spies. This week, the question on everyone's lips is, who is the traitor? However, considering how these politicians have sold Australia out, the question you should be asking is, who isn't a traitor? Dun, dun, dun. Mike Burgess. It's a joke because Fon loves to say Greens and ALP are in bed together. I get it. That's pretty funny then, isn't it? Okay, fair enough then. ALP and the Greens are in bed together. That's pretty crafty, actually.
Hello? Sorry, sir, it's an emergency. There's a fox in the henhouse. What? There's a red sock in the wash. Huh? There's a chopstick in the fork drawer. I'm not following. There's a fortune cookie in the bicky tin. Oh no! An elected member of parliament's a Chinese spy! Shut up, they might be listening. Meet me in the situation room. Oh gee, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Someone's selling out Australia to China again.
Oh man, I think I should put that in the background here.
I'm sorry.
So good. Xi Jinping smoking a dart in bed. Eh? Yeah, I think I might have to get rid of something there to get that picture up. It's so good.
Sorry, I gotta go.
In fact, Prime Minister's partners have been relatively off limits, with only two exceptions: Kevin Rudd's wife and Julia Gillard's hairdresser / life partner. Is this about Dan Andrews? I don't know. We're about to find out.
We're selling out Australia to China again. You're kidding. Who would do such a thing? I know, right, Penny? Disgusting behaviour. Oh, you better find him. Oh, don't worry, I will. Good luck, mate. Thanks.
There's your Dan Andrews. There you go. This is actually good because it's so insane and racist, misogynistic, and above. Yeah. And so on and so on. About Dan Andrews attending the Chinese parade. Who the fuck knows? Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Dan Andrews. Yeah, go get him, Albo. Go get him, Albo. Thanks, everybody. Now off I go to find this spy and save Australia. Oi! What are you doing, you goose? Get back in the bed. I can't, Paul. I'm going to go find this Chinese spy. don't bother. But ASIO said, what would they know? Oh, they're just trying to stir up trouble with our best friend China. Hang on, why would they want to do that? Mate, they've been sucked into all these bloody bizarre conspiracy theories. Oh, they're leaking viruses from a lab. Oh, they're committing genocide. Boo. Oh, they've got some master plan to overthrow the US and become the next global superpower. But do they? I don't know, probably. But they're a poor little developing country. It's not worth rocking the boat. Nah, without China, where's all Australia's manufacturing gonna go? Who else is gonna take all that pesky real estate and agricultural land off our hands? Do you really want all those carbon emissions on our tab? No way, no! Yeah, which is why you let a few things slide, alright? Keep the peace. Nah.
Oh my god, this is awful. I feel the best way to approach this content is not to think about it too much. Apply the same level of thought that Pauline Hanson would apply to anything that she does. But some of it's like there's a deeper joke and a deeper meaning to it. But like other stuff is just fucking ridiculous. They're all in bed with she, eh? That's what it looks like when everyone's in bed with she. And that's Paul Keating massaging.
You know what, Paul? I have no idea where this came from, but I've suddenly developed a little backbone. And for once, I'm not going to turn a blind eye. I'm going to find this spy and protect Australia's interests. No, you're not. You can't leave. Huh? Why not? Because you'll bloody offend him, you goose. It only takes one tariff or a ban on one of our exports, and we're bloody buggered. He's got our whole economy by the short and curlies. Ah! Well, what sort of friend would do that? Well, you
Hola! Yeah, I am fucking melting. It is hot today. I'll just say. I'm like, I've got my pathetic excuse for an aircon running. And it's struggling today. And like fucking, we're not even there yet. Wait till like, 2 o'clock hits or something like that, the peak of it. We'll see if we struggle or not. How are you? Like, what's Canberra like today? I'm assuming it's hot as fuck, just like Sydney. We're supposed to be hitting 40 today. 40 degrees Celsius for our American audience. I'm pretty sure it is. It's supposed to be hot as fuck. No, it's not. It's not going to hit. It's 38 apparently. Tomorrow, 42. Fuck that. Oh, Diddums, I'm out shoveling mulch. It's 38 degrees right now. Fuck that. Hey, fair enough. Well, good luck to you. Good luck to you. They literally turned every single far-right talking point into a cartoon. Albo is in bed with China. Okay, let's literally animate this. Hold my drink. Yeah. It's all like Labour people. Like there's no other politicians out there that could possibly be in bed with China after explaining how crucial they are to the economy. So funny.
Shut your mouth! You want to start World War III? He'll blow us all up! We don't stand a chance! Ah! What do I do? You get your ass back in that bed that I made for us. You put your head under the cover, you close your eyes, and you pretend that you love it. But first, why don't you get down here and give this foot a little kissy kiss? That's actually not too bad. Don't stop kissing that foot now! I'll never stop. It's in Australia's best interest. Oh, yeah, he likes that.
That sucked. Like, they could have gone so many angles with that one. And it was just all around the bed. That sucked. Damn. Like, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Like, any Australian politician could be accused of doing the same thing about being in bed with China. The whole Australian economy is in bed with China. Seriously. What a mess these politicians have created for us. MAGA, make Albo go away. Everyone knows what is happening and nothing is done about it. Like what? That we rely on the world, like in the capitalistic world we live in, we rely on world trade, and China just is the absolute best at capitalism. And so the entire world relies on China. Even America doesn't have its military industrial complex if it wasn't for Chinese production. The entire world lives off the fact that China has taken on the place as the key industrial powerhouse for the entire human race And everyone's just like, no, that's it. We've entirely sold out to China. Like the entire world doesn't have China as its largest trading partner. It's fucking mental. Rupert Murdoch, money, funding. It's probably worse to be sucking on Gina's teats. Yeah, which one would you prefer? Kissing the toes of Xi Jinping as he smokes in bed, or sucking at the teat of Gina Reinhardt? Like it's not easy, but I guess I know which one I'd choose. This could be the best one yet. I don't know. Some of them are being pretty clever. Like this one sucked. You guys are just going from strength to strength. This should ruffle some feathers. Like, whose feathers? Like, everyone's feathers? So close to the truth, it hurts. No comos? I think it's like communists. No comos under the bed, but in the bed. Genius. Oh, fuck, I should have thought about that. That was clever. Hey, they should have been under the bed. Gina the bush pig. Oh my god. Notice that this is how gay One Nation was willing to go. I'm going to be honest. They could have gone so much gayer and get away with it. Oh my god, that was such bot. God help us all from Southeast Queensland, Gold Coast. Ah, how accurate. Nothing will be done. Dan Andrews, we all know. We all know. Absolutely brilliant and probably truer than most people think. The world has changed so much in the last 3 years, and none for the better. It's hard to think that could be possible with that. Like, there was nothing said in this one. Like, other ones are kind of clever because they're based in some form of reality. This was just loose. Sometimes these cartoons are just vibes. Oh well.
Ah, it's good to be back. A new season of Please Explain.
This will be good. Diversity, inclusion, equity. Eh? DEI on the attack. The left has a new weapon called DIE, diversity, inclusion, equity. These might seem like three harmless words, but they are nothing more than a glossy coat the left has used to camouflage their favorite way to undermine the foundations of Western society. Fucking big claim there. So how do we stop it? You just have to tune into this week's episode to find out. Okay. Here comes the play to undermine, what was it? The foundations of Western society. Big claim. Massive claim. Let's have a look.
Ah, it's good to be back. A new season of Please
I'm
Explain.
streaking, boys. Hey, is it that hot, is it? Has anybody asked what Pauline Hanson thinks about the Royal Commission into anti-Semitism and social cohesion? Yeah, that'd be interesting. I wonder how that goes with her supporter base as well, right? Because not everyone's down with like continually placating one small section of the Australian population, like very small section of the Australian population. And now it's like federal level Royal Commission. I wonder what her supporter base thinks about this. I'm sure they're stoked at this allocation of public funds, right? Did you see the stream, the 50 stream streak comment? Or is that only on Twitch? No. I didn't see that. Let's have a look. Sorry, I must have missed something. No, I didn't see anything. Give me a sec. I'm streaking, boys. That's all I got. Oh, it's like a... Okay, I feel the best way to... Watch streak reached. Indoctrinathan is currently on a 50 stream streak. Ooh, that's pretty crazy. Interesting. Yeah, I can't see that on my viewer. Like how I view things. Congratulations, Indoctrinate. 50 stream streak. You've been here for 50 streams in a row on Twitch. That's mental. Hey, congratulations. Thank you. What an award that is. Exactly what I was thinking. A lot of throwing love into the crowd from her base. Okay, so point redeems and alerts don't come through Restream. Yeah, apparently not. I have to actually have a separate window just monitoring. I don't have enough fucking... I've got like 3 screens going. I don't have enough room for all of that. Dr. Nathan is on fire. Yeah, on fire. Yeah, without Labour, Australia would be America. And fucked. Yeah, nice streak. Nice. All right, let's do this. D-E-I-E, actually. It's time to die. I'm getting a life ban from the Manuka Oval today. Okay, you're literally streaking as well. All right, let's do this. Let's do it, and shall we?
It's good to be back. A new season of Please Explain means a brand new release of Pauline Hanson's famous limited edition gin and this beautiful Rosella vodka. And let me tell you, compared to what's happened to my approval rating, this drop is much easier for me to swallow. So head on down to pleaseexplain.org.au/shop. Grab yourself a bottle and help us bring these episodes to life.
Well, we just watched an ad for them.
Alrighty, time to hire
that.
our chief surgeon. 2 candidates. Steve, top of his class, 25 years experience, miraculously never lost a life. Or Opal, legally blind with an essential tremor, never worked a day in her life, but has wanted to be a doctor ever since she was a little boy. What school did she go to? Puppy school. She identifies as a Moodle. Okay, I think we should go with Steve. What do you think you're doing? Hiring on merit? Not on my watch, you're not! Bunch of white men hiring white men again? You
This is so, like, you know, this was it. This is pre-election of re-election of Trump, 2024, DEI, again, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk on the attack, ramming home the talking points of the year, framing the conversation in terms of DEI versus meritocracy. It's taken me back. I'm going back. I can feel it. I'm back in 2024. There we go. My God. Oh my God, I feel this could be a lawsuit. Ever since she was a little boy, LOL, nice dig. Yeah, nice dig. Using someone's likeness to advertise without their permission or something.
Wore an oath, remember? Or was your commitment to diversity just a lie? What's that? Alright, we'll hire Opal. Good. Nice job, Adam. This diversity, inclusion and equity weapon sure is powerful. Yeah, well, if you're serious about eradicating racism, you're gonna need the big guns. Oh, there's just so much racism around here. Look over there. Why is this Woolly selling Australian flags? Take them symbols of oppression down now. Of course, I apologise. Why didn't you consult with First Nations peoples before putting this park bench here? Oh, I didn't think that... Tear it down and apologise! Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. There's so much racism around here. What's that, a Zoom call without a welcome to country? Hey, Adam, do you reckon I could have a go at pointing the gun at people's heads? Oh, but please! Oh, fine. Yippee! Alright.
That was gayer, but still. I know they're scraping the bottom of the Australian culture wars here. So good. Did you get permission from the, traditional landowners before you put that park bench there? Woolworths, how dare you sell Australian flags? There it is. I got this for free off a One Nation supporter. What are you going to do about that, Bant? Point the gun.
Stamping out racism wherever I see it. Is that a from the river to the sea poster? Ha! That's calling for genocide. That's racist, right? What? No! Elbow, that's activism. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course. I was just being stupid. Oh, but look over there. There's Australia's favourite lesbian female soccer player for the Matildas, Sam Kerr. And what's she doing? Being racist to a police officer? You stupid white bastard! Oh, Sam, you need to do better. Nope, that's not racist. Move on. What? But didn't you hear what...
I see where this episode is going. They're pointing out all the inconsistencies. This isn't even Aussie related. It's imported talking points. I know. This is the bleed, the grey area between America's politics, which then influences the entire world. And this is what happens. Now we get all, like, that's what I said at the start. Like, this is all the turning point USA talking points that were leading up to the re-election of Trump. It's just like reliving 2024 again. Larp Jeff in the house. Brothers, how you going, brother? It's good to have you. Internet friend. It's good to have you. Why is Band in these cartoons? Didn't he lose his seat starting fights with people who aren't even in the battle? He did in 2025. Makes sense for the time. Yeah, interesting. I can't believe he lost his seat as well. That's crazy. Yeah, what are they going to do? Like, he's literally half their material.
She said? Yes, but it's impossible to be racist against white people, Albo. Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, that's not contradictory at all. But oh no, there's Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, doing blackface again! Albo, no, he's one of us. Just ignore it. Now, hang on, now I'm confused. That doesn't make any logical sense. Logic is racist, Albo. It's a
cartoon Albo isn't wrong, though. He's not wrong. It's the call of 2025. In regards to what, though? Like, was it Sam Kerr yelling at a policeman or something? Is that the one? Oh, no, she can't do that. That's racist. Ah, okay. I thought this was recent. This aged shit. Yeah, this is March 15, 2024. This one.
filthy white construct designed to maintain the hierarchical power imbalance that we're trying to destroy. Oh, I get it. That doesn't make any logical sense. Logic is racist, Albo. It's a filthy white construct designed to maintain the hierarchical power imbalance that we're trying to destroy. Oh, I get it. This is a completely incomprehensible weapon that's not actually used to eradicate racism, but rather just to use against our political enemies. Now you're getting it. Haha! Alright, let's go destroy the fabric of society.
Not so fast. You think I'm scared of this?
It's the first time we've seen her. We've watched like 3 episodes. Hey? Here's your savior. Hey?
I've had this thing fired at me more than anyone. Go on, take your best shot. Make my day.
Huh? What's going on? No one's ever stood up against this thing before. What do we do? Fire! Press the button, Albo. What are you waiting for? Destroy her! Ah! Okay!
So good, isn't it? Saying the Enlightenment is racist is a special type of strawman argument. It's so good. Like our system of Western logic, like delivered to us from Enlightenment thinking, like rational thought is just a system of thought that helps reinforce systematic oppression and like patriarchal hierarchy. It's such an amazing stretch of absurdity, which is fucking clever, but like they probably don't understand it that well though.
Albo, don't! Alright, let's open this stupid white bastard up. Scalpel. Oh no, the consequences of my actions, no!
So good.
Alright, let's open this stupid white bastard up. Scalpel. Oh no, the consequences.
She turns into a dog. That's the best part. Do you remember when we first started doing Far Right Fridays? And there was this right-wing influencer or something like that who was like going off about this person who doesn't identify as being human. And was like, the lefties have lost it. And like was harping on about someone who doesn't identify as being human or something like that. Like I didn't even know what the classification is, and they're just like, oh, the left has gone completely mad. They don't even see themselves as human anymore. Like, fucking, here it is. They've got the trope. It's so good. The woman who is the chief medical something, who is also identifies as a dog.
Stop my actions, no!
They identified as, what is that? Therian? I don't know. I can't remember. I just remember trying to ask someone if this is a legitimate critique of the left and if there are really people out there like this. I think Jag at the time was just like, yeah, I think I've run into people like this before. Hey, Mystery Movement, is there a way we can find out the studio that made this? I want to know what other things that they've done. Yeah, like they come up at the end. Here, I'll show you. This is like, what is it? Flatmate Studios or something? Stepmate Studios. That's them. You want to Google them then? Shall we? Stepmate Studios. Let's look into it. Stepmate Studios. I guess it depends what you want to find out, right? Who are they funded by? Australia's most prolific animation studio for entertainment and enterprise. Get a quote. Oi, if we all pool our money in together, let's get a quote. We'll get them to make some cartoons for us. Regular Old Bogan. The first season of Regular Old Bogan created a partnership with 7 studios. Written and produced by Stepmate Studios. Holy Moly, Australia. We made these awesome animated segments featuring Greg Norman for Holy Moly Network. Please Explain, the ongoing satirical series focused on Australian politics. New episodes every Friday. Is that true? I don't think so. Not that Palmer. Let's go have a look. About Stepmates. It's these 2 guys here. Stepmates Studios began with 2 mates, a camera and a homemade steady cam, made from recycled timber and held together with a lot of duct tape. That camera decided to leave the company in dramatic fashion by literally falling off the back of a car. The boys turned into animation. At its core, Stepmate Studios is combined devotion of Mark Nicholson and Sebastian Pett, I guess, creating animated satire that dances on the line of what constitutes taboo in current political climate. Taboo is a stretch, but like, yeah, I get it. They have rapidly captured the attention of audiences with their uniquely Australian sense of humor and ability to condense an oftentimes critically overthought topic to a key statement. In 2019, the 7 network commissioned Stepmate Studios to produce the first series of Regular Old Bogan, which hit Australian screens on August 2020. Since then, the boys have created a political ad campaign, created animated credits for a Hollywood blockbuster, and several ad campaigns for local brands. 2022, they kept busy growing the team and taking on more work, from animated segments on TV show Holy Moly to client web series and virtual videos. Most things are still held together with duct tape. Yeah, they can put one out every week because they're using an AI animation software. Seems like they're cartoon mercenaries. Yeah, I guess it's a good way to describe it, right? On Rupert Murdoch's Fox News nutsack. I thought they could have possibly been a larger studio that created this name to publish this trash, but it looks like they're proud of their work. Even posting their photo on their website and everything. Yeah. Oh, they look proud, that's for sure. They're happy at work. Yeah. Creative strategy, script, animated storyboard, character design, background design, animation, dialogue recording, music. Hey, they got all the services. All right, Champagne Socialists. I'm excited for this one.
And that's why we must.
Champagne Socialists' best attack at left-wing people ever. They're eating well. Yeah, they probably are. They're probably doing very well for themselves, it would seem. Sky News is going to run out of clips to show on Lefties Lose It. They're eventually going to turn to animated shorts. They'll have a stream of income. Well, that's how you survive. It's not what you know, it's who you know. You got to align with the right people and you'll be set for life. Yeah, it's Champagne Socialist. Does anyone understand this reference or not know this reference? Champagne Socialist is kind of a it's a pejorative used to describe a certain type of socialist or a person, I guess you would say, on the left, a progressive left, who is like rich and very comfortable, or like, let's just say well off, in a well off, insulated environment where they can take these kind of, I don't know, like edgy and radical views like a socialist would, and be like anti-establishment and anti-system and all that sort of stuff. But like they do it from on high and they drink their champagne and they talk about edgy political issues, but they don't do anything and they enjoy the fruits of everybody else's labor and society. So they're champagne socialists. They sit there just drinking their champagne, turning their nose up at social issues, but like completely benefiting from the machine that they seem to criticize. So I'd love to see what Flatmate Studios, did I say that right? Is it Flatmate Studios? Say about this, about what a champagne socialist is. The policies of the left goes into survival mode. Stranded on a desert island, how will the socialist policies of Labour and the Greens fare when there is no artisan cafes in sight? So good. Sky News is going to run a lot of clips. Wait, ask the research assistant about what? And they were roommates. Okay. These two. Like, what do you want me to ask the research assistant exactly? Or specifically? Specifically. Like about Stepmate Studios or whatever it is? Alright, let's watch a bit first.
Dismantle capitalism! Stop
dismantle
And that's why we
capitalism.
must dismantle capitalism, stop carbon emissions, and save our planet! Go Adam. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a private jet to catch.
Oh, wait, the time has passed. I have to like, okay.
Where to, sir? To the Marxism Conference in Las Vegas. Hooray! Oh, wow! This is a nice little...
To the Marxism Conference in Las Vegas. That's so good. Oh my god. It was funny. I was called recently by the people that are doing the Marxism Conference in Melbourne. And they were asking me if I was going to come down to Melbourne for the Marxism Conference. And I was like, no, I can't. I can't afford to go. And I'm too busy. And they were asking me if I was going to catch a plane down or not. And then if I could support them financially. I was just like, I just told you, I can't afford to come down. It's so funny how this type of stuff works out. And they're depicting champagne socialists on a private jet going to a Marxism conference in Las Vegas. Oh, man.
Plane? Elbow, what are you doing here? Oh, come on, Adam, you know me. I never back away.
Went from political commentary cartoon to a political experiment cartoon. LOL.
Away from a flight, especially if it's free. This isn't a free flight. Wait,
This has got a commie. Has got a hammer and sickle. Socialist champagne. Oh man, this is too clever. I think I'm gonna have to try and fucking recreate that bottle and that label and put it in the backdrop somewhere. ICE shoots 2 people in Portland, Oregon. Just now, breaking news. Get fucked. Are you serious? This really feels like asking someone who knows nothing about socialism what socialism is. Okay, guys, what do we know? Marxism. How do we make it absurd? Let's send them on a private jet to a Marxism conference. Oh, hey, Tom Jones is back. Get fucked. Are you serious? ICE shoots 2 people in Portland, Oregon. Just breaking. Man, woman shot by federal agent in Portland. Man, woman shot by federal agent in Portland during targeted vehicle stop, officials say.
I'm Alex Verche in Washington, and we're coming to you with breaking news. Local and federal sources tell ABC News that federal agents shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon. We're learning that the circumstances right now are a little unclear, but the FBI is responding. The agents who shot, we're told, are with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The FBI will be investigating and as the lead agency. I want to bring in ABC News' Alex Stone, who is tracking the developments here. And Alex, I recognize that a lot of this is still very, very fluid. But what can you tell us so far?
Yeah, generally what we know at this point, Alex, is a short time ago, and the FBI is responding right now, that they will be the ones investigating this, that it was a shooting involving federal agents from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, not ICE, in the Portland area.
Not ICE.
And that there was a man and a woman, we're told, who were shot. They are being transported right now. There was a city council meeting that was going on for the Portland City Council. They have abruptly ended that, or put that on hold right now. This is all unfolding at this point, but a shooting has occurred, Alex.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alex. Just another day. Yeah. So, what did we search just a second ago? Portland. Anyone care on the source? Anyone?
Security saying that actually the 2 people in the car took off in what we understand was a red Toyota from the scene, ended up at what appears to be an apartment complex on East Burnside. That's where that 911 call happened, where police responded and took those 2 to the hospital. Again, no word on their condition this evening, but you can certainly understand the heightened emotion around all of this, given events in Minneapolis just over 24 hours ago, where an ICE agent shot a 37-year-old woman. That investigation still ongoing. This investigation in its early stages. And Christine, we should point out, by and large, officials from the federal, state, and local levels all calling for transparency, but more importantly than that, at this point, calm as well.
Right, and we have heard from our Blair Best, from others, many of our reporters that are fanned out across the area, that there are protesters. When we spoke to our reporters in the field, many of those protesters were calm, albeit boisterous at one point.
Okay, so here it is. 2 people were injured in a shooting involving a federal agent in Portland, Oregon on Thursday. The Department of Homeland Security said the shooting occurred while Border Patrol agents were conducting a targeted stop on a vehicle carrying 2 people allegedly affiliated with Tren de Aragua gang. The passenger was the target, DHS said. When the agents identified themselves as the vehicle occupants, the driver weaponized his vehicle and attempted to run over the law enforcement. This weaponizing the vehicle thing seems to be the way it's going, right?
Other than to say from NBC News that this was dubbed Operation Oregon, part of a bigger operation, and this was a targeted vehicle spot. Again, they are saying Homeland Security of suspected Venezuelan gang members is there, and that the shooting was defensive. But we have not heard any witness accounts.
Bring
we
on
have not seen
another
any surveillance
Chaz
video,
chop,
in the ilk of what we've saw in Minnesota 24 hours ago. So right now, there are a lot of questions. There are a lot of heightened emotions. To mention a little bit about what you said here with the mayor and these calls for calm, there are calls for calm, but there are also demands. I want to read a little bit about what Mayor Keith Wilson saying. He said, "I call on ICE to end all operations in Portland until a full investigation can be completed. This undermines effective community-based public safety." He goes on to say, "I call on every Portlander to represent our values and to show up with calm and purpose during this difficult time. And it's a difficult time for our community. It's a difficult time for all of us, considering the context of not only what we've seen in Minnesota, but everything that's transpired in the Rose City, not only in the last few months outside the ICE facility with the tug of war over the National Guard, but also the broader context of what happened in Portland in 2020 with the racial justice protests as well. So that's why we hear these calls for calm repeatedly.
Right, you can understand the sadness, the anger. Right now we want to go out to our Blair Best. She's at one of the 2 locations where this initially started. She is at Northeast 146th Avenue and East Burnside, the second location where a man called police. They showed up, they found 2 people shot. Blair, what can you tell us?
So the crowd has grown throughout the night, and Portland Police liaison officers have showed up. Joining me now live is Sergeant DiMatteo. Sergeant, what is sort of your role here tonight?
So as liaisons, we go out to protest events, community events. Anytime where there's some tension, we try to just talk to people and help de-escalate things.
What are you seeing here tonight? How would you describe what's happening in this neighborhood?
There's a bunch of people who have emotions, so we're just going out and talking to them and seeing if there's anything we can help with, exercising First Amendment rights, or just answering general questions.
What would be your message to protesters tonight?
Just everybody should stay peaceful.
Do you have any fears that might not happen?
Man of many
there's
words,
always the fear that people could not be peaceful. There's also
domestic terrorists, weaponized
so
car.
I'm prepared for either one,
now.
of which I'm just going to go and talk to people and see what we can do to help.
Okay, Sergeant, thank you so much. That was Sergeant DiMatteo from Portland Police. Just a few minutes ago, I will add, a tow truck has showed up and went underneath the yellow caution tape and is towards the back of this apartment building. We can't see.
Yeah. Let's find out what actually
Following breaking news this evening, FBI Portland says it is investigating a shooting involving federal agents. In a now deleted post on X, the agency said 2 people were wounded in that shooting. CBS News correspondent Nydia Cavazos joining us live now. So Nydia, what are we learning about this shooting?
Julie, we are very much in the early stages of gathering more information into this incident, but what we do know as of this moment is, according to the Portland Police Department, and this is that 2 people have been were shot earlier this afternoon, and federal agents were involved in this incident. Now, CBS News is out to the Department of Homeland Security trying to gather more information, confirm exactly who was involved and which agencies. Now, a couple of minutes ago, as you mentioned, the FBI division did make a post saying the Border Patrol agents were involved in this shooting, but that post has since been deleted and taken off of their social media platforms, and so we are awaiting more information.
Yeah, the deleted post
Now, what we
thing.
also know is that this
fuck?
incident in Portland, Oregon comes on the
It
heels
is
of what we
weird.
saw in Minneapolis, where a federal agent was also involved in a shooting and, as we know, killed a 37-year-old woman. Now, again, this is very much in the early stages, but Portland's mayor did issue a statement after this incident, and he is calling on ICE to end all operations until a full investigation can be completed. We will, of course, keep you guys posted once we hear from the Department of Homeland Security.
Nydia Cavazos, thank you so much.
Interesting. This is getting sloppy. This is what MAGA wanted. Oh, Fox Live? That'd be interesting.
Following always the very latest here for you and waiting for more key details. We will take a 2-minute break and be back with much more as we get it in.
Interesting. Well, I guess we're going to get some information as it develops, right? Man and a woman injured.
Well, obviously trying to get organized there. You can see Police Chief Bob Day, the Council President Alana Pertle
Thanks for
Guinea
letting me
there.
know.
Some
I'm gonna turn
members
off
from
my
the
camera for
County
a bit.
Commission as well. I'm looking for the mayor. I think he must be there. Multnomah County Sheriff Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell, some other members of City Council, Candace Avalos, and Governor Tina Kotek here walking up to the podium. So sort of a unified front by city, county and state officials here. What we're not seeing is federal officials, the FBI leading this investigation. Let's listen in to police spokesperson Mike Benninger.
Thank you for joining us on such short notice. We're here to address the shooting incident involving federal agents in southeast Portland earlier this afternoon. We have a number of speakers, including Mayor Keith Wilson, Governor Tina Kotek, and many others who I will let introduce themselves as they come to the podium. We'll begin with Chief Bob Day, who will share some details about the shooting and then some of those remarks of his, and we'll go on from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I'm going to share just a few details. As you're aware, this is still a very active investigation, so information is limited and won't be speaking to a lot of specifics. But what I can say is that approximately 2:18 this afternoon, Portland police officers responded to the 10,000 block of Southeast Main Street on the report of a shooting. So they came in via a 911 call.
So quiet.
Officers confirmed that federal agents had been involved in a shooting. Portland police were not involved in that incident. About 6 minutes later, at 2:24 p.m., officers received information, once again through dispatch, that a man who had been shot was calling and requesting help in the area of Northeast 146th and East Burnside. Our officers responded. We found a male and a female with apparent gunshot wounds. Officers applied a tourniquet and summoned emergency medical personnel. The patients were transported to local hospital, and their conditions at this time are unknown. Officers had determined that the two people who were injured in the shooting involving the federal agents from the earlier call. PPB officers secured both scenes, and this is a federal investigation. It's being led by the FBI. We have been in touch with them. We are, in regular contact. This is their responsibility. But when we have these type of events happen in the city, Portland Police Bureau does offer a level of assistance. This is not any way, shape, or form immigration related on our end. We do not know the facts of this case. We are simply providing that traditional investigative support and
we don't know
perimeter
the
support.
facts. We're just reporting on it. So good. I love when they say that shit. We don't know anything about it.
Minimal, but I do want to make it clear that we are out there, but we are not involved in immigration. And we at this time do not know if this is an immigration-related event. We do not know which federal agencies were involved. As we know, there are many federal agencies serving in the city of Portland right now. So as I said, it's a complex situation with a lot of different information coming out. But Portland Police is on the scene, the detectives, etc. I want to say, that I'm saddened that we are here once again in a difficult, challenging, complex situation. But I am also incredibly grateful for Portlanders. I'm grateful for the way that we have continued to show up over the past year, and we have certainly been
interesting. Seems like pretty different kind of circumstances to what we were watching yesterday, right? It would appear that way.
Well, they're starting.
Y'all ain't live, is y'all?
It started 2 hours ago, this stream. Look at this guy. Hey. Somebody telling the mic's on.
Were found with the gunshot wound. This afternoon. A lot more questions than answers right now. I spoke to some neighbors who
Raptor Jesus, we
Nora,
need
I'm
ice
here
candy.
on 146th and Burnside, where the two patients who were supposedly shot by federal agents were found. It's at the Brea apartment complex, and we've seen some FBI agents coming out and talking with PPB officers. We're not sure what they are discussing at this moment, but it is a lot more questions than answers right now. I spoke to some neighbors who have been have been in this area for a while now, and they are not sure exactly what happened either, but they do know that police came in here around 2:40 this afternoon, and that's when the police tape went up. They've blocked off the streets around. A lot of folks standing around wondering exactly what led up to this situation, what led up to this conflict. But as Ezra mentioned earlier, this is where the two people were found with the gunshot wounds. It is believed that they were actually shot in a separate location over on Main Street in southeast Portland. But the information or the details about where or how the shooting happened are still unclear at this time. So looking around,
So these people are apprehended somewhere in like a border check or something like that, or they're some type of operation, a drug sting operation, and they're shot and then they take off, and then they call the police from another location, being this location here, and they ask the police to come and assist. So they flee from federal agents and call the local cops to come in. Interesting.
there is a very heavy police presence out here on 146. Streets are blocked off. Folks are lining the sidewalks waiting for answers just like we are. And we've seen a lot of FBI and PPB officers walking around the apartment complex, chatting with each other. It looks like some folks are taking out notes. Seem to be expanding. Yes, exactly. They've been really looking into that vehicle, but they've seemed to be expanding their investigation scene. Just moments ago, FBI evidence collection team was going door to door on this building behind me, knocking on doors, talking to folks who live inside there. Of course, we can't hear what they were saying exactly, but you can see that the FBI is really expanding their investigation.
Have you been to the USA? I've never been, but I can't imagine not just being on edge the whole time. I must admit, like, look, it's only when I've actually come into contact with cops and stuff like that. Like, we went for a road trip, and that was like the most on edge I was. We went from Texas through to New Orleans, and then from New Orleans down kind of like across a couple of states into Florida. And like there were a few times on like highways and stuff where we got like, you know, near cops, or like you're in back streets, and like there's not many people around but you and cops, or like, you know, suspicious looking people and groups of people. And like, yeah, because you don't know who's got a gun. Like I don't have the same feeling of tension. Like in Australia, you know, if I'm feeling tense around like a group of people or something like that, like randoms in a back street somewhere, like, you know, likely they could beat the shit out of me, but like it wouldn't be too far. It wouldn't be anything really beyond that. But in the US, like, you just don't know. I guess that is the only feeling that I had at those times. And yeah, getting pulled over by the cops in another country is always like, holy shit. You don't even know if you're following the right road rules as well. Like, you could be just doing stuff wrong and not even knowing. Americans are desperate. No free healthcare. $7.20 minimum wage. Terrible. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's the federal minimum wage, I guess.
From the car to the surrounding neighbors to see if anyone saw anything, heard anything, maybe had a Ring video that they caught anything on camera. But let's take a look at that car that you mentioned earlier. This is the car that has really been the focus of the FBI's investigation for the last couple of hours. It is a red Toyota pickup truck, and while there is yellow police tape all the way around this city block, blocking off this whole apartment complex, that red police tape,
like, there really is no information on this, is there? Like, no one has any fucking idea what's going on. US federal agents shoot 2 people in Portland, Oregon, day after. US federal agents have shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon, as authorities urge the community to remain calm amidst the heightened tensions following the separate shooting in Minneapolis. The 2 were rushed to hospital following the shooting, police revealed on Thursday afternoon local time. We understand the heightened emotion. But, like, what was happening? The federal agency agency involved was U.S. Customs and Border Protection. With the FBI now probing the incidents, the conditions of the two people shot are unknown. Portland police said the pair were transported to hospital. Officers responded and found a male and a female with apparent gunshot wounds. Officer applied a tourniquet, is that how you say it, and summoned emergency medical personnel. The patients were transported to hospital, Portland police said in a statement. Portland City Council President Elena said that as far as she was aware, the two people were still alive. FBI Portland is investigating an agent involved in the shooting that happened at approximately 2:15 p.m. near the 10,000 block of Main Street. Further details on the circumstances of the shooting of Portland were not immediately clear. Interesting. No, fair enough. Sorry to intrude on Right Wing Friday, mate. No, that's fine. That's fine. I like, if it was like there was more information on it, it was more consequential. Then like that's the beauty of streaming. I've found. Like I used to just do videos on demand, or like pre-record, edit, and all that sort of stuff. Like you just can't beat the live action of streaming. We can look at this stuff when it happens, but it seems like they don't really have any real understanding of what the fuck is going on here. If you see anything else or you hear anything else, anyone dump stuff in Discord, we'll have a look at it. But it seems like there's no details on this one. And there's no culture war issue on this one at the moment, by the look of it, because people don't know many facts yet. Yeah, wait for the culture war story to come out. All right, let's go back to the Champagne Socialists. I want to see how they depict Champagne Socialists. I'm excited.
And that's why we must dismantle capitalism, stop carbon emissions, and save our planet! Go at him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a private jet to catch. Where to, sir? To the Marxism Conference in Las Vegas. Hooray! Oh, wow! This is a nice little plane. Elbow, what are you doing here? Oh, come on, Adam, you know me. I never back away from a flight, especially if it's free. This isn't a free flight. Wait, what? You're wasting your own money on this? No, I'm wasting taxpayer money. Oh, good. Good. Oh, fine. Well, if you're gonna come, you better fill me up. Oh, Adam, I thought you never asked.
Is that like the scene from Lost? Do you remember that show back in the day? I think that's they've recreated that opening scene.
Well, that was crazy how the plane just crashed all by itself, hey guys? Anyway, I'm starving. Who here's got a tangible skill? I have an arts degree. Me too. Ah, chin up, fellas. We just need to start a fire and then we'll all feel a bit better.
The cartoons are pretty funny. Jealous right-wing freaks copium. Like there's some funny shit, and like from many angles. Like how they display tropes, like how they're coping with shit as well. Like you can see the cope in a lot of this stuff. And it's like if you just take it back, like step away from being offended, which is what they want, right? They do want people to be offended by this. It gets them off. You can just appreciate it for what it is. Ludicrous.
No fires. Huh? Why not? Too many carbon emissions. Oh, but Adam, without a fire, we're gonna get cold. And how are we supposed to cook up that warthog over
No
there?
fire. Too many carbon emissions. So good. Oh, they can't help it.
No meat either. Don't you get it? This is our chance to rebuild society. And this time we can do it the right way. The way us Greens have always envisioned. No carbon emissions, no capitalism. Yeah, and no food? What are we supposed to eat? Coconuts. They're nutritious and sustainable. And Albo, you're in charge of getting the coconuts. Oh, but I have to build my hut. No, it's fine because Max, you're in charge of housing. And you're only going to build them from recyclable, renewable materials. Yeah, cool. So what's Jordan doing? I can't move. From each according to his ability, Jordan. So nothing. We'll take care of you. And you can sit here on the
Hey, it's a communist paradise. From each according to their ability.
sand and create art or something to feed the culture we're creating. A new society where we'll all own nothing and we'll be happy. I'll be so unhappy. Damn that Adam Bant lording over us all. And here I am working my fingers to the bone. Max, what the hell do you call this? I'm grinding all day so I can bring home the coconuts and this is what I get? It's not my fault. I can't use trees. I can't use clay. I don't get paid enough coconuts to deal with this. What about me? I'm living coconut to coconut. Hey, it's not my fault you can't manage your coconuts. I need more. You think I'm made of coconuts? Whoa, what's going on here? Why should I be giving my hard-earned coconuts to this bloke that sits around on his ass all day? What's he contributing? He's creating art. Yeah, well, when do we get to see this art? It's not ready yet. Art takes time, Albo. Yeah, well, time is coconuts. Yeah, and we should be using those coconuts to solve the HUD crisis instead. Oh, yeah. So you and all your HUD developer mates can go and piss the coconut milk against the wall. Oh, why does it always come down to bloody coconuts with you people? Yes, we want more coconuts. Oh, yeah, fine. You all want more coconuts? Why not? Why don't I just recklessly shake some more into circulation, eh? No, Albo, don't do that. You'll destroy everything. Well, I guess more coconuts, more problems, huh? Well, I guess it can't get any worse than this. Right, that's it. I've had enough. Adam, what are you doing? You having a character change, are ya? Well, we, Adam, ever since you gave...
Oh my god. Fucking hell. I thought he was just going to start eating it. But no, that was more light on, I guess.
Gave up your ideological rigidity, society is really thriving. I know. I can't believe I went through that silly communism phase. Look at the abundance of food we have, all thanks to the economic incentives of capitalism.
Where's the capitalism? Where's the capitalism? They had the capitalism going. They had somebody working and providing currency, which was coconuts, and then somebody in the division of labor producing housing, and then somebody not producing anything, and then somebody producing art and culture. Like, how is that not capitalism? They were exploiting each other's labor to make the system work, and then magically they got food and golden utensils. Thank God for capitalism.
And not to mention all the great innovation it's encouraged. There's been a hut boom, and we can all buy or rent a quality hut. I'm paying just 2 coconuts a day. Might have to increase that to 3 coconuts a day. Oh, Max. And even the arts are thriving. Look, that's right. I'm finally motivated to actually produce and finish
the
my
funny
art.
thing about this is, like, they've shown how communism fails, right? Because everyone couldn't feed themselves and they're all living in desperate circumstances. But as soon as they've turned to capitalism, they have an abundance of food. So they have all the resources that they could require and ever need. And housing is cheap and affordable. But we have capitalism in Australia right now. And so the logic of this, like, it has to turn to the fact that, well, then capitalism is failing right now in Australia because people are living through a housing crisis and there's no abundance of food, that everyone's just rolling around in it. There's no innovation. There isn't some type of technological arms race going on in Australia right now where they're producing new technologies faster than we can use them to revolutionize society with. Like, it's just, there is a housing crisis right now in Australia. And so, like, if it's not evil communism that produced the housing crisis, then what could it be? God, who the fuck knows? Could be anything.
Thanks to free market opportunities that generate income from profits. Man, I was so hypocritical, preaching communism and flying around on that private jet. Hey, come on, Adam. If you weren't such a hypocrite, then we wouldn't have landed on this deserted island and built this awesome society that no one can challenge or take away from us. Because, you know, we were here first. Makarata! Oh, that's right. Ooh, natives, look out. Can't wait for next week's episode, which is all possible thanks to the folks that bought a bottle of Senate gin or...
Hey, anyone, if you want to support the show, you've got to buy some of this gin. They keep pushing this. Sneaky Ninja 5802. Hello, I am radicalized. What type of radicalization are we talking about here? The type of radicalization that you get after seeing someone get popped by ICE agents, or the type of radicalization that you get after watching 3 seasons of Pauline Hanson's Please Explain? I would like to know more. All right, let's see. Let's see where they go with this one. So they're a bunch of, what is it, white dudes that have washed up on an island and created a capitalistic society, and they're about to come into confrontation with the native population. There's an interesting take on the culture wars. I wonder how they're going to deal with this one. I didn't see this going in this direction, I must admit. When I saw them talking about fucking champagne socialists, I really didn't see it going in this fashion. Yes, I support the ICE agent. Miss Rachel radicalized me. Why do I know the name Miss Rachel? Why do I know that? Can you explain that reference? Yes, I support the ICE agent. All right, we've already had this discussion. We had this for ages. But like, can I ask, one, do you support shooting someone in the head if they're trying to, let's assume they were trying to get away from the cops, right? They were told to stop and they tried to get away from the cops. Do you support shooting someone in the head? And do you think that woman who was shot in the head was a domestic terrorist? 2 questions for you, Sneaky Ninja 5802. I would really like to know your answer to that. Are you far right? No, I don't think you would describe me as far right. Absolutely not. But we are doing Far Right Fridays, where we learn about right-wing ideology online. And I wouldn't even describe really this as far right at all. But it's definitely right-wing in the culture wars, that's for sure. Now, I have 2 questions for you. LOL, the title is a trap. The Albanese government. Yeah, it is a trap, isn't it? I guess it is. Your picture looks far right. Yeah, I guess. Miss Rachel is the modern YouTube version of Miss Rogers. Far Right Fridays. It is a trap, I guess. It is. I should just call it Right Fridays, but I need the alliteration to make it work. Mystery is the biggest up-and-coming right-wing Aussie commentator. She stands with children, so stand with Palestine. Oh, Miss Rachel, yes. Yes. Yeah, because she said stuff about Palestine, supporting Palestine, and like, because she doesn't want to see children dying. That's right. Yeah, and like people were like, how could they radicalize? No, how could they politicize? How could she politicize, you know, children's entertainment and all that sort of stuff? No, don't change it. It brings out all the gooners. She stands with children. Now, where did Sneaky Ninja go? I would like to know, do you think Renee Good is a terrorist? She's Jewish as well. That does make a difference. Yeah, the cartoon is funny and clever, written by those artists. It gives the impression that Pauline is that clever when she can't even string 2 sentences together. It's savage. But like, you know, the cartoon is much cleverer than the stuff that she comes up with, to be honest. And they give her a lot of props, right? Like, she looks fabulous here. All right, let's see where they're going with this one. Cheers to everyone. All peace and love. I saw her celebrating a Jewish holiday on her Insta. It does make a bit of a difference there, doesn't it? Because like the argumentation always from Israel is that they represent into all Jews all over the world at all times, no questions asked. And so like there is not this fabled notion of all-out solidarity by the entire Jewish diaspora within the human race that supports everything Israel does. There's not. There's heaps of community groups, non-governmental organizations, what have you, that are made up of Jews that don't support Israel and think what they're doing is atrocious. And so it's always interesting when they self-identify and call out the state of Israel and say, this doesn't represent what we do at all. You know, they've got nothing to do with me. I don't like this at all. Miss Rachel. All right, let's see where they're going with this kind of lost vibe here, where they create a green utopia that's actually capitalist. Let's see where they're going with this, and if it's actually hypocritical at all.
This week's cartoon is brought to you by
Oh God.
you. Gin
Let's
Show.
push that gin.
Dear Diary, it's been 3 weeks since we crash landed on this tropical island in Adam Band's private jet, and our little society is thriving.
You didn't answer my question. Have I watched the October 7 footage? Yes, and other footage too. Have you watched the footage from Gaza? Or any footage from Gaza? Like, if you're trying to justify what's happened. But like, can you answer my question first? Do you think... I think you said something about the ICE agent. You support the ICE agent, you said. Do you think the woman that they shot in the head is a domestic terrorist? I would like to know. Yes, you answered it? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll go back and try and find your answer. No, you didn't answer it at all. Like, you just said, I'm radicalized. Yes, I answered it. So what does that mean? Do you think that she's a domestic terrorist? Can you just answer yes or no? Yes, I answered it. I'm just trying to gauge your position on this.
Got an abundance of coconuts. The economy was booming and things couldn't be better. But there was just one little thing missing. What we needed was the government. And wouldn't you believe it? I won with just 33% of the vote. And of course, my first move as leader was to install these beautiful wind turbines to help us achieve net zero. But the sound of sustainable energy attracted the attention of the natives. So as leader, I did what I do best. I grovelled. Oh, I feel so guilty about colonising the island. I'm sorry. I'll do anything to repay you, please. So we apologised on behalf of the entire island. We stopped people from climbing their big cool rock. And we shared with them hundreds of our coconuts so they could give them out to the other natives. We had so many really important things to do, but we needed a lot more coconut.
Transgender diversity, climate change, free dental. Why is free dental on there? Can't we all get behind free dental? What's wrong with that? How's that culture war-y at all? And making sure people have access to dental health care. Right? So people don't have horrible problems inside their mouth, okay, that leads to more costs to the healthcare system if not dealt with properly. What's wrong with that?
Than we had at the time. So facing a huge problem, I did what I always do. I jumped on a raft and went on a holiday and visited a bunch of other islands. But that's when I got a real smart idea. I brought in all these immigrants from other islands to help us pick more coconuts. And even though we didn't have enough huts for all these new people, all I had to do was go and get more immigrants to help build more huts. There were problems everywhere. And all I could do was pour coconuts on them to make them go away. But then the great coconut recession hit, and there weren't enough coconuts to go around. But that didn't matter to me. I was more concerned about how the natives felt instead. I sat with them in the dirt, and I cried with them. And even though we'd changed the names of everything, welcome to Budu! And we were doing these welcome to island ceremonies all day and night, and giving out 30 billion coconuts a year. And somehow that wasn't even making it to the natives that needed it most. So the best thing I could do was give them an advisory panel called The Voice 2. And this time there was no way I was going to hold a referendum. I just decided to change the island constitution all by myself. What could go?
This is so lame. They had so much potential with an island episode that they should have just picked one thing to focus on, not rewrite the entire Albanese story in like 30 seconds. They had so much material. They could have picked a really good issue and ran with it. It's disappointing.
Wrong. And now we're on a raft in the middle of the ocean. Changed the island constitution all by myself. What could go wrong? And now we're on a raft in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, pretty crazy how that island just exploded all by itself, eh? Oh, what are we gonna do now? We're gonna have to colonise another island. But this time we must be much more conservative. Yeah, but you know what? I think we've all learnt our lesson. Why don't we go back to Australia? Oh, I left my passport on the private jet. I'll never get through the border. Oh, don't worry about that, fellas. As long as there's a Labor government, nothing's gonna stop this boat.
Stop! In the name of Prime Minister Pauline Hanson!
Prime Minister Pauline Hanson?
You know, ever since you boys went missing, Australia's really been thriving.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it's been the best 3 weeks ever. Cost of living crisis is over. Consumer confidence is at an all-time high. We've cleaned up the indigenous industry, so the money's actually being spent on those that need it, not just lying in the pocket.
That's so good. Pauline Hanson's
All-time
been
high. We've
Prime
cleaned up the
Minister for
indigenous
3
industry.
weeks, and it's like a utopia. It like looks like some type of weird, greeny, progressive utopia as well. They got like trees on buildings and shit like that. Flying cars. Hey? Where's the gas guzzlers? Hey, they look like EVs. Stupid libtards. Hey, that's the type of world that she's gonna bring in. A renewable fantasy. It's a play on the Jetsons. They only show Octagon 7 film to rich people. Still no investigation into it.
So the money's actually being spent on
Alice Springs thriving since the Labor left.
those that need it, not just lying in the pockets of the handful of elites. Even Sky News is happy.
You know what? Everything's great. So good night and sleep well, Australia.
What? That's incredible.
Oh yeah, Prime Minister Hanson's really pulled it all together.
You know what? I'm glad. I've realised that I'm not cut out for leadership or for politics. None of us are. What do you say, fellas? When this boat docks in Canberra, why don't we go do something that's really in the country's interests? Resign. Yeah! Alright, Navy guy, let's go to Canberra.
Canberra? No, we're going to Christmas Island. Our Prime Minister has a border policy.
Oh no! Immigration detention!
Jetson theme, meet Pauline Hanson. There is footage of October 7. Yeah, but like, what's your point though? We've seen the fucking footage. Have you seen footage of all of the atrocities that take place on the world stage? Like, what's your point? I want to know. You're obviously leading to something. So like, what do you mean? One nation. I don't see how October 7 is related to One Nation though. Still, the best thing about it is the music. It's good music.
Gerald, it's 8.
All right, digital ID. Ooh, this is a good one. Digital ID. Prepare for another round of safe, voluntary, and effective as they attempt to harvest your biometric information for their databases. And if you, like many sensible Aussies, want nothing to do with this digital ID disaster, then brace yourself. This voluntary system will turn out to be anything but. Give it time. You will see. Dun, dun, dun. I do not consent. I will not comply. I wonder what part of the digital ID system we're in at the moment. No, I was just asking if you have seen the footage. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess, like, it depends on the specific footage you're talking about. Yeah, but yes, we have all seen footage from the October 7 incident. I have definitely. So support the series now before Albanese starts using digital ID system to track your online purchase history and lower your social credit score. Interesting. I don't know if like people understand what the digital ID stuff is. Like, because everyone was really scared about the under 16s ban being the introduction to some type of digital ID system. But like, I wonder if anyone's actually been affected by that. Has anyone really been affected by that? They have to use ID every time they move online. Yeah, more imported talking points. Like, this is a problem in the UK. Don't get me wrong, but like, is this even a thing in Australia? We also know all about the Nakba. Not a good look for Isn't Right. Interesting.
AM on a Friday, why don't you come watch the Pauline Hanson Please Explain cartoon? It's only happening because of your support. Remember when you bought that bottle of Senate? Yet I also bought the identification. Government not having access to all your personal data.
Oh, it's actually part of the show. Okay. We'll
Gerald,
watch the ad this
it's 8
time.
AM on a Friday, why don't you come watch the Pauline Hanson Please Explain cartoon? It's only happening because of your support. Remember when you bought that bottle of Senate gin from pleaseexplain.org.au to support the series? Yes. Don't forget I also bought the Rosella vodka too, honey. But please, I'll be there in a minute. I'm just securely uploading my personal identification documents into this secure site. Are you sick and tired of the government not having access to all your personal data? No, not really. Do you sometimes wish you could just store all your sensitive identification documents in one centralised digital system that's designed and operated by the government? Huh? No, not at all. Go away. Well, too bad, because without any debate or scrutiny, we've passed the digital ID bill through Parliament. That's right, we've streamlined the process for you to give us all your sensitive identification documents and fast. Why be vulnerable to multiple security breaches when you can store all your sensitive data in one convenient, potentially hackable location? I don't know if I like that. But that's not all. Finally, there's a way for our mates in the private sector to get free access to your information with less responsibility. Oh, I'm a bit worried about... What are you worried about? That this is the first step to a Chinese social credit score system? That we're going to track your carbon...
Like, what are they talking about here? Exactly. I'm trying to remember what was happening at this time in, April 2024. Like, we had laws about, like, misinformation and all that sort of stuff coming up, but I can't remember anything about a digital ID system coming up at that point. I remember being pissed off about, like, all the misinformation bullshit and legislation that was happening. And there's a way for government to crack down on freedom of expression. Like, I can't remember them talking about openly. This must just be propaganda. This is all Starmer stuff. Yeah, this must just be outright death by association. Labour Australia equals Labour UK. They have the same agendas kind of thing. That's all it is, I guess. Do you like Albanese? Yes. Like, I guess it depends what you mean by like. Do I support Labour? Yes. I think that they're, like, given their track record, they're definitely way better at governing the country than any other option, and by a large margin as well. But are they bourgeois? Do they represent bourgeois society? Are they just part of that system? And is that a problem? Fucking oath it is. So I guess it just depends on what you mean by the level of the word like there. Does Ninja know about the Hannibal Directive? Digital ID already exists? Does it? Like, in what sense? In what sense does it exist? Like to prove that you're, like, over 16? Is that what you mean?
And slap a new tax on ya, then we're going to shut down your bank account just because you said mean things.
The digital ID, I'm pretty sure, is a fast way to log into all government departments, right? Also, it's like MyGov stuff.
It's about me on Twitter. You can do that? Of course we can, but do you really think the government would want that sort of power? Yes. Nah, don't be stupid. You can trust us. This is completely safe, effective, and voluntary. Where have I heard that before? Oi, stop thinking and just volunteer your data already. Wait until the Liberal Party hears about this. This was all their idea anyway. Come on, why haven't you volunteered your information yet? You'd be crazy not to. And crazy is exactly what we're going to call you. If you show a hint of skepticism, we're going to label you a cooker, a right-wing nut job. That's right, you'll volunteer everything and you'll be happy. No, I don't think I will, thank you very much. You don't really have a choice here, Gerald. You still want to get your pension? You'll need to sign up for digital ID eventually if you want to keep getting your precious government services. Everyone's going to have to volunteer their data if they want a job, a home loan, a bank account, a rebate. You've been misleading
Sorry, I heard
people.
ninja.
Give it to
No,
me,
there's
Gerald.
another
Hurry up and
ninja in here. There's a sneaky ninja. I think this is your fucking arch nemesis, I would say, to be honest. Maybe you guys would get along. It's not the feeling I'm getting, though. Wrong ninja, though. There's a sneaky ninja in here. And back to your cooking. Didn't mean to summon you.
volunteer your information. replace him. Talk about government overreach.
It's nurse's
Give me a
evil twin. Oh man.
license, Medicare, passport, everyday rewards card, and I'll grab your biometrics pretty soon too, Gerald. No! Not my biometric data! It's too late, Gerald! This has already passed through Parliament. Get used to it! The all-new digital ID system. It's too late to say no.
I don't know, man. I think this is just shitty, like, world politics kind of talking point stuff being transferred onto Australian politics. Ah, it's OG. I am the evil one. Yeah. Correction. Yeah, that one was pretty shit, wasn't it? It's just about the MyGov stuff. That's lame. Oh well. You know, we're almost through this. Like, I know we're only up to episode 6. And there's fucking 36 episodes in this one. But, like, you know, we've almost gone through the entire series. It's pretty crazy. Maybe ask your AI assistant. Campaign goes hard. Yeah, actually, you know what? I will ask my research assistant. Good call. I want to know what they're talking about. Doom, 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 doom. Still, the best part is the music. Let's do this. Were there plans by the Albanese government in 2024 to bring in some type of digital ID system? Yes, there were plans and legislative action in 2024 for a digital ID system. The federal government introduced and pushed through legislation to create an economy-wide digital ID system. This is done through the Digital ID Bill 2023 and related transitional legislation, which were before Parliament in early 2024 and passed the Senate with amendments in April 2024. The purpose is to establish a legal framework and governance regime for digital ID, including privacy safeguards, accreditation standards for providers. 2. A legal Digital ID Act commenced in the end of 2024. The Digital ID Act 2024 began on the 30th of November, giving legal authority to expand Australian government digital ID system. This law is voluntary. People aren't forced to create a digital ID, and services cannot require you to have one just to access government services. So it is the MyGov thing that they're talking about. If you want to get onto MyGov, you have to provide some type of digital identification. The Act also establishes an independent regulator, the ACCC, and stronger privacy oversight with the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. Implementation in 2024 and beyond. The government is expanding the existing digital ID infrastructure, basically building on the MyGov ID and related systems. The rollout is phased. Oh, so it's like actual like ID, like it's like having a digital passport or something. Or like a driver's license. Government services can join, state and territories can apply, private sector providers can join December 2026. The aim is to make it easy to verify ID online for services, business, financial processes. Not mandatory social media login ID. While there's been discussion about age verification for social media and online safety, the digital ID framework itself is not being used to force Australians to hand over ID to social media companies. Communications Minister Michelle Rowland explicitly ruled that platforms cannot compel people to give government ID for social media access. Well, if I can look at the source on that one, Reddit. What's going on there? So what's exactly the plan? Formalize and expand a voluntary digital ID system. Enable broader use across government services and eventually the private sector. Strengthen privacy, security protections, governance. Help reduce identity fraud and make online interactions easier for those who choose to use it. This isn't compulsory national ID card in the traditional sense. Participation is opt-in, and there's a legal protection that services can't force use or it to access essential services. The system is being built and expanded, not instantly rolled out. Interesting. Okay. See? I don't get it though. Like, that's not what they were making out in the cartoon for it to be. They're making it out to be like forced, give us all your data kind of thing. It's like a MyGov thing. Is there a way to see how much Pauline is paying for this cartoon propaganda? Is it declared on a register? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. The far right also likes to conflate the digital ID and the national ID together. Yeah, okay. But like, I'm still confused as to what the fuck this is. It's digital ID used to log into your MyGov account. I am still confused as to what this is about. Can you very basically explain what is the digital ID for? Is it just for access to government services? Digital ID is just a way to prove who you are online without repeatedly handing over copies of your documents. Instead of uploading your passport, license, or Medicare card over and over again, you can use a secure digital identity to confirm, yes, that it is me. Primarily, yes. Is it just for government services? Right now, and in the near term, it's mainly for my government services, Centrelink, Medicare, ATO. So it's so you don't have to keep proving yourself every time you get a new service online, I guess, government service. Instead of logging into MyGov with passwords, answering questions, uploading documents, just use your digital ID to verify yourself. It's not mandatory. It's not an ID card. Something you must have in Australia to live. A system that tracks you where you go. Required to use social media. A replacement for physical IDs, passport or licenses. Why did the government introduce it? The government's stated reasons are pretty mundane. Reduce identity fraud, make online government services less painful, create a legal framework. Digital ID already existed, informally MyGov ID. The 2024 law just puts rules, limits, and privacy obligations around it. Will private companies use it? Eventually, optionally, but not now. Planning government services first, states later, some private services, banks, telcos from 2026. Even then, you can't be forced to use digital ID. Companies can't demand it as an only option. Alternatives must exist. The simplest way to think about it, digital ID equals a reusable online proof of identity, mainly for government services that you don't have to use. That's it. No social credit system. No compulsory ID, no automatic surveillance tool built into it. But that's not what they said in the cartoon. That's outrageous. The argument is being made that it's surveillance capitalism, but have a one-stop login to government services. Well, like, it is surveillance capitalism. Like, this is only made possible by surveillance capitalism, but it's not the type of surveillance capitalism that's used by someone like fucking Facebook or Amazon or something like that. It's just the means of production that are available in surveillance capitalism being used by governments to make sure that you can be identified online, so you don't have to provide like 100 points of identity each time you seek a government service. This is surveillance capitalism in the sense that government services now, so like services in the market economy, government services, instead of you going to Centrelink or something and them having offices in the physical world, now the services are online. And so before you could call someone up and fucking, you know, get angry with somebody online, now you have to deal with fucking AI chatbots. Before you could go somewhere and be what's the word? Be frustrated with like a real physical office and be like embarrassed and shamed by people in an office somewhere. Now you just get shamed online and you get pissed off on your phone or on your laptop or something like that. So like that, it's that form of surveillance capitalism where everything is digitized and owned indirectly by some company somewhere who does use the data indirectly for their own purposes. It's interesting. The argument being made is it's surveillance capitalism, but have a one-stop login to government services. Is that so bad? Well, I guess not. As long as it's not mandatory. And like it's just the beginning, which is the vibe that people are picking up on with this type of stuff, is why they're worried. Oh, it's just the beginning, because like in 50 years time or something like that, when all the people that might object to this or like might not be tech savvy enough to use this type of technology are dead and gone, then like this will just be normal, having a digital ID for your government services. More like you have to set up a digital ID with Adobe to use their suite. Our MyGov system is Adobe front of house based. It could be that it is more internal fluidity, so a necessity. Interesting. Yeah. As long as it integrates with our system, then bring on the digital ID. Interesting. Well, that's not what they made it out to be. That's unfortunate. They wouldn't lie.
No, not my biometric data. It's too late, Gerald. This is already passed through Parliament. Get used to it. The all-new digital ID system. It's too late to say no.
Yeah, it's just pure propaganda, this one. I don't know, this season 3 sucked so far. Season 2 was pretty funny. Season 1 was good as well. This stuff's it's just lazy, this one.
Welcome back to the Shark Tank, where hopeful entrepreneurs try to
Carbon capture storage in the Gab. Anthony Albanese's obsession with Labour net zero climate targets means he's willing to do anything to meet them, no matter the risk. He's even prepared to risk the future of the Great Artesian Basin by turning it into a dumping ground for power station waste emissions. It's so funny how, like, on the one hand, it's just like, oh, look at these guys and their stupid climate policy. Who cares about all this environmental bullshit? And they're just like, but they're happy to sacrifice the Great Artesian Basin, turning it into a dumping ground for toxic waste. It's like, which one is it? Like, do you fucking care about the environment or not? Like, come on. A little bit of consistency, please. Obviously, if they had it off to if they hand it off to tech companies, that's a shit go. Yeah, fucking 100%. But it's but if it's a one login thing, you're going to have to do better to convince me it's a problem. Yeah. All right, let's see how they mentally gymnastics this one. Net zero is so stupid, but like we need to protect our environmental assets. Let's see the mental gymnastics.
Welcome back to the Shark Tank, where hopeful entrepreneurs try to convince one of the sharks to invest their own money, or taxpayer money. This is Shark Tank. Next in the tank, Glencore runs a coal-fired power station in Queensland, and he's got an idea that'll turn his major problem into major profits.
Hello, Sharks. We, like most Australian companies, find hitting net zero targets completely impossible. But we've found a way.
I'm in. Whatever it costs, I'm in.
Mate, we haven't even heard the bloody pitch yet.
Oh, yep. Sorry, Steve Baxter. The actual Steve Baxter. I'm sorry.
We're up for millions of dollars of financial penalties because of our emissions, but we found a way for us to make a bit of scratch. Instead of emitting all that carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, what if we concentrated it, liquefied it, and then just dumped it into the Great Artesian Basin? That's right, an untouched resource, about 130,000 Sydney harbours worth of underground freshwater, spanning 17 million square kilometres across 4 states, just waiting for a dumping. And some people might ask, oh, won't putting all that hypercritical CO2 in the water change the pH levels and make it acidic? Or, won't that have an erosive effect on the geology that'll increase the lead and arsenic in the water to dangerously high levels? And the answer is, we don't know. But what we do know is, putting carbon dioxide in water is a whole lot of fun. Who wants a sample? Whoa!
And you've done tests on this, right?
Of course! We've got a lot of very promising cherry-picked data that says this is potentially safe. But what's more important is how much money we're going to make. Between the sequestration and generating the carbon credits, we stand to make about $40 billion. I'd like to make you an offer. I'll give you whatever you want for 0% of your company. And I'll also roll out the red carpet, get you all your approval so this can happen quickly and quietly. I'm in! I'm in!
Hang on, let me get this straight.
I'm really confused by this one. Are they protecting the environment here? Are they worried about like people polluting the environment? Or not? Like, I don't get it. This one's actually quite confusing.
Plan on potentially poisoning the Great Artesian Basin, a vital freshwater resource for hundreds of thousands of people, and a whole agricultural farming sector, potentially causing irreversible damage in the name of supposedly protecting the environment.
Yes, but don't forget the extraordinary profits.
Yeah, nah, I'm out.
Nah, don't worry about him.
Wait, slow down. So, like, a coal-fired power station decides to liquefy its pollution and put it into the Great Artesian Basin. Like, what side of the culture wars are they on this one? I don't get it. This doesn't seem like their usual take on things. Unless I'm missing something. I'm struggling with this one.
Got yourself a deal. Cheers. Whoa, this is safe to drink, right?
Possibly. I put it in the Shark Tank and they seem perfectly fine.
Ah, it burns! The acid water burns! Ah, one of the sharks is still alive! Oh!
Yeah, look, great result. We're looking forward to dumping into the Great Artesian Basin. We're going to make a lot of money.
Oh, this is all my fault! I should have listened to Senator Hanson! Ah!
Like, but wait, like, they just, no side, just divide, but they just had a guy who runs a coal-fired power plant, unless I heard that wrong, coming in and thinking up ways to liquefy their pollution and pump it in to an environmental asset, as they've described. Like, aren't they pro coal-fired power stations? They're just not pro them polluting the natural environment. Like, I'm really confused by that one. I don't get that one at all. Like, which side of the culture wars are they on this one? That was rather confusing, actually. Has anyone got any more updates on this? The shooting that happened recently? Let me know if you've heard anything more about it. We're going to have a quick break. And then we're going to be back with some more. I think we're going to have a little break from the Please Explain cartoon now. But yeah, we're going to be back with some more. Quick break. Thank you for all your interactions so far. Do appreciate it. And yeah, hold on tight. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Cheers. Could be a ploy to get farmers on side. Yeah, I'm really confused by that last one. I think they're trying to be clever. I think this is what it is. They're trying to be clever and make a call about carbon capture programs. So like, okay, we're gonna be a coal-fired power station that captures our carbon, and what are we going to do with it? Ha ha ha, we'll pump it into the Great Artesian Basin. See how stupid carbon capture is? It does sound pretty fucking stupid if you're just going to pump the carbon that you capture into the Great Artesian Basin. That does sound pretty stupid, yes. I guess that's what they were going for there. Like, it was a joke, but it just sucked. Yeah, this season is not as good as the other ones. That's unfortunate. This sounds like a one nation policy, incoherent and unworkable. Savage. Also, I think there's new peeps, plug. Yeah, if you're watching this for the first time, or if you're new here and you're not part of our community yet, come and join us on Discord. This is where we share our propaganda and try to understand each other as separate elements of the working class. Here's the Discord link. Come and hang out. Each season has steadily declined, just like the world around us. Oh man, that sucks. I had a more positive outlook for this type of stuff. I swear. But yeah, I guess it has been declining. Just like the world around us. Like, just quickly for the digital ID thing, here's a quick example. When logging into a new service, you'd have to upload your birth certificate, driver's license, and say a phone bill to prove who you are. Instead, now you apply for the digital ID, so you do a one login thing. These government departments would have that info anyway. So what's the problem? I don't know. I think it's just part of the, playing on that overarching fear that like is part of, I think, most people's conspiracy theory circles, left and right, that there is a government overreach when it comes to the digitization of our identities. And this is somehow leading to some type of new world order where, I don't know, the elites who control the world through things like, the World Economic Forum or something like that, they're going to use that to create a one world government and bring about like the end of free society. But like, little do these people know that this sort of stuff, or the extent of how they use information about us, our biometric data, all of our information, it's already being used against us anyway. It's what we don't know about that's just the scary shit, how they really use this stuff constantly, all the time. What's the fact from Shoshana, baby, please, is that like we heard her talk, I think last year, and she was saying that there are marketplaces around the world, depending on what country you're in. Europe's a bit better than the US, but like there are like these trading houses where your personal data is traded up to 700 times today in like an auction house. 700 times a day, like as a conglomerate with other people's data, but like you as an individual are sold, your digital ID, your data is sold in auction houses 700 times a day, and you have no idea. So like digital ID is scary as a concept, but like it doesn't even scratch the surface on what is really being done with all of our information in the surveillance capitalist age. Doesn't even scratch the surface. Not even close. Not even close. I wonder if there's any more news about this. Nothing. Let's get this witness account here.
So we're at Northeast 146 and East Burnside. This is where Portland police officers found the two people who were shot by federal agents. And just to sort of set the scene for you, this is a very residential.
Right. As Naomi Klein would say, they get the feelings right, but the facts wrong. Interesting. Interesting. Is this in Doppelganger that you're talking about?
Area. We're surrounded by large apartment complexes. As you can see, there's the police tape there. There's officers walking around. There's more than half a dozen Portland police cruisers. But I want to pan it back over this way. I have a man, his name is Alex. He lives right next to where a lot of this police activity is unfolding. So Alex, talk to us. What have you seen today?
When I was coming back home and I didn't see the actual shooting, but they had the whole street blocked off. And just in talking to people, it sounds like somebody was trying to get away from them in their car and was shot. That's the most that I've heard.
Can you describe sort of the tone of this neighborhood?
We're all just working class people. There's a lot of immigrants. I think everyone around here knows that. But they keep to themselves. They don't cause any trouble for me. I live right here. They don't touch my stuff. When I have problems, it's from U.S.-born people.
How does this make you feel watching this unfold right outside your doorstep?
What the fuck?
I am beyond angry.
Like, what happened outside this guy's doorstep? It describes what he saw after the shooting. Police say involved federal law enforcement agents. Portland police have said 2 people were found with gunshot wounds and taken to the hospital. So they were chilling here and then taken to the hospital. No conditions were released at the time of this report, and officials have said the investigation is being handled federally.
That this is happening the day after they killed that woman. I mean, this has gone too far. This is beyond voting. We need to.
Oh, bro, he just used your line. He said, this is beyond voting. Whoa. Check this shit out, Mr. A. All right, let me have a look. Tell me somebody's got some fucking intel on this. This is beyond voting. A dormant poly market trader is back and betting on an Israel-Iran strike. Is this the guy that you put something crazy in Discord before? Not related, but still crazy. You put something in Discord earlier today, I think. And it was like someone bet like 30 grand or something that President Maduro would be abducted a day before it happened and won like 400K. A poly market trader. Someone bet on Maduro, yeah. A poly market trader has surfaced after a 7-month hiatus to wager on an Israeli strike against Iran. This has reignited market speculation over whether the activity reflects informed positioning or coincidence. These actions echo recent controversies tied to Venezuela, where 3 wallets reportedly made $600,000 by betting on the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Isn't that mental? Dormant polymarket trader draws scrutiny with Israel-Iran bets. The trader, known as Rico Suave 666, has spent a total of $8,198 betting on potential Israeli military action against Iran. The user profile shows $155,699.12 in profits, with each past Israel-related position proving successful. Imagine if that's how we got our intel these days. We just watched this poly market trader app and was just like, oh shit, that guy's putting a bet on again. What's the person's name? Rico Suave 666 is betting again. Oh shit, Israel shit's about to go down in the Middle East. Blockchain analytics from Look On Chain flagged the account's activity, noting that the trader is betting on the likelihood of Israel strikes occurring by January 31 and March 31, 2026. Notably, when Rico Suave joined Polymarket 7 months ago, every bet he placed on Israel-related news was profitable. Is he an insider? Now he's betting on Israel-related news again. Will another strike happen? That's fucking crazy. As of the latest data from Polymarket, the odds of an Israeli military strike by January 31 are estimated at 38%. Looking further ahead, the likelihood rises to 54% for March. Notably, the trader bets come amid escalating tensions across the Middle East. Blend Crypto currently reported that the sharp depreciation of Iran's national currency against the US dollar has triggered protests since late December. According to the Times of Israel, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expressed support for the demonstrations that have spread across Iran over the past week and continue to gain momentum. However, Iranian authorities accuse Israel of attempting to undermine its national unity. Amid the ongoing unrest, Iran has warned that it may consider preemptive military action against its enemies if it perceives concrete threats to its security. Iran's National Defense Council did not explicitly name Israel or the United States. Interesting. The long-standing enemies of this land are pursuing a targeted approach by repeating and intensifying threatening language and interventionist statements in clear conflict with the accepted principles of international law, which is claimed at dismembering our beloved Iran and harming the country's identity, the statement read. With regional tensions continuing to rise, the trader bets may reflect heightened geopolitical uncertainty rather than privileged insight. While the timing of the wagers has drawn attention, there's currently no concrete evidence to suggest insider trading, leaving the activity open to interpretation as either strategic speculation or coincidence. Also crazy, the judge overseeing the BB corruption case was found dead. Get fucked. No way. Isn't that scary? Wow, that's really scary. I'm sure it was, they unalived themselves, right? Of course. Nevertheless, concerns surrounding political insider activity are not without precedent. Recently, 3 wallets placed bets on President Maduro leaving office just hours before his arrest, drawing scrutiny over the timing of those trades. That's crazy. In a motorcycle crash? Don't lie. Is that like an actual joke or something? Or are you serious? They died, was found dead in a motorcycle crash? What is this, like Princess Diana or something? That's crazy. Yeah, who's going to want to step in and do BB's corruption case now? I wouldn't want to do that. It's crazy. Times of Israel. Beersheba District Court President Benny Sagi killed in shocking crash on Route 6. President Herzog, Supreme Court Chief Justice Minister lament ultimately death of judge who is beloved by all, extraordinarily talented and a wonderful family man. President of the Beersheba District Court, Judge Benny Sagi, was killed on Sunday after a vehicle crashed into his motorcycle while he was traveling on Route 6. According to police, a vehicle that was traveling off-road came up onto the highway and hit Sagi's motorbike. Megan David Adam said medics and paramedics who arrived at the scene described the accident as shocking. They said they found Sagi lying on the road with multiple injuries and no vital signs and declared him dead at the scene. Police have opened the investigation into the accident, which took place close to Kaf Menachem Kibbutz, east of Ashdod, with police officers from Kiryat Malichi Station and road accident investigations examining the circumstances of the crash. Sagi was appointed acting president of Beersheba District Court in June 2024, and took up the position on a permanent basis in April 2025. Fuck. He became a lecturer in law at several colleges before being appointed deputy president of the Tel Aviv Magistrates Court in 2013. President Isaac Herzog said he was shocked and pained by the tragic death of Sagi, who he described as a much-loved figure. Judge Sagi was a brilliant and sharp and wonderful judge who combined professional knowledge with extraordinary honesty. The Supreme Court. President Sagi was a talented and promising judge, a leader well liked and beloved by all who had a privilege of knowing him, who achieved professional achievements at a young age, and his death is a great loss to the judicial system in which he served as a judge for 20 years. He's survived by his wife, daughter, and 2 sons. Shit. Totes safe to undo someone who rides a bike. For the undoers. Eh? Yeah, fuck. Coincidence? I think not. You can't help but think it, can you? It's just like this dude. And it's like, what were the circumstances of it as well? According to police, a vehicle that was driving off-road came up onto the highway and hit Sagi. Like, what the fuck? Even it's just a freak accident. It's an absolute freak accident. They don't mention the fact that this is the guy that's he's overseeing the case for BB. No one's going to want to touch it though, right? That's the point, I guess. Damn. This is why it's so important to take out the bourgeoisie for everyone's interests. Even just like regular people trying to just live their lives in the system. The bourgeoisie is dangerous. And like they have one set of rules for them. One set of rules for everyone else. It's crazy.
Do something. Like, the people need to do something. This is ridiculous.
Have you seen ICE agents come into your neighborhood before?
Not to this complex, but I've been kind of waiting for it because I had a feeling that they were going to be here at some point. I've seen them on Division and I've seen them at the MAX stations, but this is the first time they've been on our street.
What would your message be to these federal agents?
Get out of my city. You're not welcome here.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. We're going to keep following this and talking with neighbors as this unfolds tonight.
Fucking Alex is pissed off. There's still nothing on it, on this one. It's interesting though. Alex is pissed off. Oh, he's really pissed off now. Alright, where were we? Oh my god, yes, I wanted to see this. I know this is completely unrelated, but this is just for me. And all of you too, of course. But like, this guy's back doing the rounds. Not that he ever disappeared, but we haven't listened to some good old Curtis Yarvin in ages, and he came up on my my feed, I guess you'd say, a couple of days ago. He's been doing stuff with the BBC. Right-wing blogger and philosopher Curtis Yarvin, known as a philosopher behind JD Vance, talks to Newsnight about President Donald Trump. All right, let's have a listen. So this is the guy behind the Dark Enlightenment. If you can't remember from last year, we spent kind of a bit of time going through like the idea of the Dark Enlightenment and like what's coming in terms of like the potential playbook for what's going to happen to the state of affairs and the state of politics, I guess you would say, in the West, after we've been sold for so long on this idea that democracy and freedom are, inextricably linked, and you can't have one without the other, and to think any other way is just complete nonsense. There's this kind of philosophical justification, this moral justification coming out of I guess you would call them right-wing circles. They call themselves neo-reactionaries. And like their position is that like the Enlightenment was wrong. The ideas of the Enlightenment being the ideas of liberalism, and the justification for democratic and free societies. They were wrong in their thinking, and like it's actually monarchies just work better. And so like he's a massive proponent of that. Monarchies are the way to go. They're actually as a social organizational system because they're more hierarchical, as opposed to having any of this pretense that the people have control or power. The hierarchical system is more efficient and it actually gets better results, actually. And so the Enlightenment was just a failed experiment. So like everything that you've experienced, if you live in a Western nation, everything you've experienced, you've grown up with in terms of like this idea of democracy and freedom, it's wrong. It's all wrong. Like everything you've been told is, you've been sold a lie. It's completely meaningless. And it's a joke, basically. And like he's the kind of the champion of that. And it's funny that the BBC describes him as the philosopher behind J.D. Vance. He's also the philosopher of Silicon Valley, which is interesting. I remember listening to some people talk about him from like the early 2000s, I think it was. And like he was blogging back in the early 2000s when like, you know, Silicon Valley wasn't even that cool of a place. And it was just all like, I guess, computer science nerds reading blogs of some random who went by the name of Mencius Mollbug was his original blogger name. And now he's come out with his actual name, but Mencius Mollbug was his original blogger name. And like, you know, he's been very influential in Silicon Valley, speaking out, like kind of saying things that are like taboo, I guess you would say politically, like saying things that are, let's say, politically incorrect. And like, especially one of the big ones being like democracy sucks. Like most people don't go after democracy itself. They go after political parties and their political opposition, but they don't actually attack the institution or the idea of democracy. And he's like, nah, it's all bullshit. So it'd be interesting to see where he's at now. And I thought you guys might appreciate that too. And like, I'll try to explain some stuff for you as we go. Because I think this stuff is influential. And like the theory, I think one of the main and overarching theories of last year, theories on like how the world's going, all that sort of stuff, was like this is where we're heading, to what they call the Dark Enlightenment, where like democracy is going to take a back seat and like people are going to justify why democracy is no longer an acceptable form of governance. In the liberal democratic sense as well, like the two-party system that the Americans have, or the general party system of democracy that most of the Western democracies have. Like it's just an inefficient way of doing things, and we need to move away from democracy and just realize that like, let's just have some dictator or an all-powerful leader or something like that in control, and that's probably a better system, and just come to terms with the fact that people should stay out of politics. We should just let a group of people control us. And so it's just a justification for the bourgeoisie that we have now to just rule things overtly and just tell us what to do and make rules for us. But like, this is where I think politics is going in the 21st century. It's like people are going to start making more and more this argumentation that democracy was never the intention. Like before he died, Charlie Kirk was constantly saying this type of stuff. It's like, point to me once in the Constitution where it says the word democracy, and people are like, and he's like, it doesn't. It talks about a republic. It doesn't say anything about democracy. Democracy is wrong. Like, I think it's like we've been sold this lie for so long, or we've been sold this propaganda line or this rhetoric for so long, and now they're going to deconstruct that and be like, oh, it wasn't really about democracy. To be honest, it was about being a republic. We just want to be a strong republic. It's got nothing to do with democracy. So we will see this being unfolding over the next, decade or more. And like, this might help you make sense of it when it happens.
Donald Trump, will write these executive orders, and an executive order has essentially the same legal power as a tweet. What FDR would do is he would draft laws in the White House, send them to Congress to be rubber stamped, say, get this back to me by next Tuesday. That's how you work as an executive within the constitutional American system.
He'd be sounding like Octavius Caesar. So do you know Curtis Yarvin? Like, are you familiar with the phenomenon? Like, he's just kind of exploded onto the world scene, I would say, over last year. After being pretty much like a very kind of obscure character, I guess you would say, to being like, you know, yeah, really, really fucking popular.
What is the Curtis Yarvin view of the world?
When we look at the French Revolution and its impact on the world, we're still living in that revolutionary era, in that era that is a utopian era that had hoped to create you know, a new world of a new utopia. And my view is that utopia has failed, and we need to ask
Oh,
ourselves.
this is the first time you've seen him? Okay, so like this, like as BBC has described him, he's the philosopher behind J.D. Vance. He's a philosopher behind many people, like I said, Silicon Valley. So like by extension, people like Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen. He's probably the philosopher behind someone like Zuckerberg then, by extension, because Thiel has been influential on Zuckerberg massively. And Thiel has been influenced by the philosophy of this guy. So he's one very influential figure from a philosophical point of view. He's helped justify the worldview that comes out of Silicon Valley, that they are kind of just, they're just better people, right? Like they create so much, they've created such revolutionary technology. They just must be better people. And like his rhetoric helps them support these grandiose ideas that they have about themselves. So that's why he's important. But like his style of thinking, they call it neo-reactionary thinking. Reactionary because it's a harkening back actually to the original reactionary movement, which is about not this Republican fancy or this democratic fancy, but like they support monarchies and kings and royalty. And so the neo-reactionaries have a new place for the monarchical system in the world again.
Very hard questions about why that is.
So you've decided that you can draw lessons from the French Revolution. Zhou Enlai, the communist China leader, famously said, "Too early to decide."
He was misquoted. That's a misquote. He was being asked about the 1968 Paris demonstrations.
But it's a great quote, isn't it?
It's a great quote. It's a great quote. And it's a great quote because in a way, you know, perhaps he's right. We haven't seen the end of the revolutionary era, but we have seen, you know, just if you go from 1950 till now, there are many, many places in the world, in both the first world and the third world, where your life would be safe walking in those places in 1950, and it is not safe in 2025.
Now,
and that for me, you know, the role of government in monopolizing violence, to me, is actually, you know, when a government starts failing at that, you are looking at a regime with very serious problems. When you walk down this Market Street in San Francisco, the main street in San Francisco, you know, I've seen videos of Market Street from 100 years ago. It's bustling, it's full of well-dressed people. Today it's a zombie apocalypse. And if you really, you know, say, well, the zombie apocalypse is better, we have iPhones now, we didn't have iPhones then, you know, I think you're stretching a little bit. And so I think that we really have to be asking very fundamental questions about how our system of government got us where we are.
Yeah, and how did everyone get fucking iPhones instead of bustling in a vibrant San Francisco economy? For fucking people like you in Silicon Valley. Because the bourgeoisie fucking ruined it. Yeah, that's right. Because people like you have pushed technology on people and destroyed local economies all around the world, have destroyed governments and their funding through years of neoliberal policy and austerity measures, which has like torn society to pieces because the state was the only thing that was looking after society with some type of safety net and some type of direction outside of the anarchy of free market practice. Free market. And so like the rich and the powerful have absolutely devoured society over the last 50 years, and like all of a sudden it's imploding in on itself, and then someone like this is just like, hey, doesn't work, does it? Hey, we should go back to having kings and queens. Hey, see, doesn't work. See, I should be able to walk down this street. It's not safe. Something's not working. Yes, that's right. We have all of this opportunity, this availability, this technology, these productive forces in our society, the ability to do so much, and it's not even safe to walk down the street. That's, I get to say it once a stream. That's capitalism, baby. That's where we're at the moment. It's decrepit. it served its purpose. And like, it's just not working that well because of fucking policy decisions helped and supported by rich and powerful people that want to consolidate their interests, and they don't care at what expense that costs society. They don't care at all. And so like his solution is like, well, fucking let's just go back to where we had political structures before. They'll sort it out. It was never a problem, safety, if you lived in a medieval city in Europe or Britain or something like that back in the day. Never. It was safe as hell. And it's just because they had royals. He's boiling down the criticism of modern society down to just the government. It's exactly how Octavius Caesar consolidated Rome from democracy to empire post triumvirate brother murdering. LOL. There you go. He's pushing for what caused Rome to fall. Is he that stupid? Well, like, this guy would see himself as one of the most learned and read intellectuals of our time. And so I think he would challenge you on your consideration of history. And like, he would go a step further as well. Like in his Dark Enlightenment stuff, what he really specifically talks about is not like a reversion to kind of the monarchies of the 17th, the 18th century, the 19th century, before you had kind of full-on liberalized society and full-on democracy all around the world. He kind of pushes for a new monarchy for the 21st century, and he refers to having like a CEO king, one that is like elected by a board of directors. So like a company, like a nation state, a country being run by a corporate entity, so like a corporate structure. And so you have a board of directors, like the bourgeoisie, the rich people that kind of control the economy in a particular nation, the people with the most powerful economic interests. They elect among themselves a king, and that king is answerable to the board. And then like they'll choose to depose a king or not if they're doing a good job, I guess, economically speaking, or with governance, as you've described. And so like his idea of monarchy is the 21st century post-capitalist version.
You've talked about how the US should be governed by a monarchy, a CEO monarchy. Well, the other day, President Trump posted a picture of himself wearing a crown in a King Trump plane. Is your dream being realized?
Alas, I would say it is not being realized. But, it's perhaps someone took a poll, after one of these No Kings, rallies, which I refuse to believe are directed at me. And, they polled Americans on whether, Trump should become a king. And I'm sorry to say that 87% of Americans said no and 77% said yes, which I believe qualifies as rookie numbers.
But isn't it all looking a little kingly in Washington? I'm thinking of the demolition of the East Wing in the White House to make...
It's not being realized until King Vance takes the throne. What was his numbers there? 87% said no and 77% said yes. I'm no mathematician, but that didn't make sense at all. What the fuck was that about? Did I miss something?
Qualifies as rookie numbers.
But isn't it all looking a little kingly in Washington? I'm thinking of the demolition of the East Wing in the White House to make way for a $200 million ballroom. There are the No King protests against Donald Trump. And if you challenge this monarch, looks like you end up in court.
Well, power is power, and if you challenge any power system, you might have a little bit of a problem. And you'll notice that, first of all...
It's the 2020s poll accounts for inflation. Oh my God.
The enemies of the 2020 administration really had their way in court. And actually, I suspect that if Donald Trump loses the next election, we're pretty much going to see probably everyone associated with the administration be prosecuted, because that's sort of the late Roman Republic world in which we find ourselves. I would say more broadly.
Let me just pick you up on that.
Yes.
Members of this administration prosecuted. Prosecuted because it'll be a Democrat president, or prosecuted because they've done wrong?
Prosecuted because it will be a Democrat president, and and prosecuted even because
I'll put my money on no one will be prosecuted. There you go. And so, like, here, Spendog, if you're still listening, like, he's just made a Roman Republic reference, late Roman Republic. This is the way it goes down. So our learned friend over here, Curtis Yarvin, you should look him up. He has some very interesting ideas on how the world really works. For sure. You really reckon, though, even if they had a Democrat that had come in, no one would be prosecuted at all? There wouldn't be some crazy witch hunt, like, to, clean up the legacy of Trump. He is a fascinating creature, I must admit. And I've learned stuff from him as well, and a different way of looking at the world. Democrats are dishwater. They should be trials and prosecutions and jail. Yeah, I really don't think anyone will be held accountable for this shit. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Because in this world, think again of the world of, like, Cicero, like Caesar. You reached a world in which lawfare had become the norm and was the normal form of conflict in the late Roman Republic. And so it was quickly found that essentially everyone had done wrong by some definition. And more specifically, when you look at the way the American deep state, the civil service, operates, it's very like here. It's a very procedural environment, but you have many, many, many more political appointees. You have this whole layer of Schedule Cs. You have like thousands of people. I guess the closest equivalent would be SPADs here. And, everyone in this system is sort of supposed to run the system by the book, in a sense. And so to the extent that you deviate from the book, you're committing a crime, right? And so in a way, like, I think everyone in every administration could be prosecuted. It's just how it works.
But just let's go back to your original point about having.
What he does is confuses the fuck out of people as well, so they lose their point. Any monarchy governing enough people just becomes an empire. He's pushing for a global empire at the best, or individual national empires at worst, referencing the late Roman Empire directly too. He knows history. Why on earth would he want that? He thinks it's like, we've heard him speak about this, we've read some of his work, like he does think that monarchy is on the sum. Like if you take it, like if you do kind of an analysis of the pros and the cons of liberal society versus the pros and cons of monarchical society, on the sum or the balance of their pros and cons, monarchical society ticks more of the boxes and gets better results. Like it has certain efficiencies built in with the absolute command or the executive function of a monarch that democratic society doesn't have. So, like, that's what he thinks it's about. It's about good governance. Now he's defining guilt for no reason. Okay, yes, that's a philosophical point that has nothing to do with corruption in an empire, monarchy versus democracy. They'll just say a bunch of BS, like we need to reform this and that, but no one will do any jail time or pay financial penalty. 3 kingdoms, 4 if you count Israel. They think they won't blow up the planet attempting this. Yeah. Sorry, what a cunt. These guys treat the world like it's an economy and forget that there are people living in it. Sex is free. More in act of defiance against capitalism. Yeah. Were you here for all of our escapades, Ninja Nurse, when we first started investigating like Curtis Yarvin and all that sort of stuff? Going down the pipeline of the Dark Enlightenment? Fuck, we spent a bit of time with all of that.
A monarchy governing the US. I mean, that's basically a CEO monarchy. Isn't that a sort of a benign dictator? And we all know what happens when power is concentrated in the hands of one powerful person. It always ends badly.
Did Elizabeth I end badly?
Well, it was pretty difficult for some of her opponents, but why don't we move forward to the 20th century?
Well, why should we
that
focus?
Wasn't great.
Why should we focus on the 20th century?
Because it's more recent.
Because it's more recent. And does that make it more relevant? Does that make it more? I think the 20th century is a very unusual and interesting century. It's an amazing century. But, you know, the England of 1900 it's so different from the England of today. The England of 1950 is so different from today. And so to imagine, you know, to LARP even the middle of the century.
No, I don't think I was, but I'm familiar with the ruling CEO Bull Car. Yeah, fair enough. Feels like ages ago when we first started looking into his stuff. You know, it probably was like, we were probably warming up to it at the start of last year, right? I thought not having kids was the defiance. Well, like in this day and age now with the demographics and stuff like that, having kids is the act of defiance, it would seem. Apparently. With the demographics of it all. And aging populations.
If you know the term LARP, to LARP even the middle of the 20th century today, we're in such a completely different world. And you can see that. You can see that when you get, you know, sort of crap.
But let me just pause you there. Look. Please. I studied Elizabeth I. She made a good speech. She wasn't so good if you were a Catholic, but yes, I'll admit that she wasn't like one of those 20th century dictators. But this is in our living memory. Well, Stalin, Pol Pot, Pinochet, scores of millions died in living memory under these tyrants. Isn't that what happens when power is concentrated unaccountably in the hands of one person?
Well, you know, if it's curious because if you talk about unaccountable power, you know, power can also be concentrated unaccountably in the hands of multiple people. That's what we call an oligarchy. And so, you know, according to, if you studied Aristotle, there's these three forms of government: monarchy, democracy, and oligarchy. And you can have an unaccountable oligarchy as well as an unaccountable monarchy. And, you know, what Americans have discovered and Englishmen have discovered since your Northcote Trevelyan report is that if you create an unaccountable oligarchy, you might think, well, the wisdom of crowds will make it work, you know. And yet, you know, we see certain signs that it doesn't necessarily work. And we also...
So what, we have an unaccountable oligarchy at the moment. And so, like, we replace the unaccountable oligarchy with an unaccountable monarchy. Is he about to shit on the Enlightenment era in 14 minutes? I don't think so. Like, he will spend time shitting on this type of stuff, but who knows? I quote Peaches, fuck the pain away. We need a early election, says Suzuki Duro? Suzuki Duro? How do you say it like that? And where are you calling us? Where are you commenting from, Suzuki, there? Which type of early election in what country? The old way doesn't work. Let the rich and powerful design the new way. Trust us. We're rich. Yeah.
To see the fact that, you know, the curious fact about, you know, 20th century and even 19th century dictators is they're all at war. They are all at war against the unipolar Anglo-American order.
A lot of people either in war or starvation.
Well,
happening
you know,
so recently. That's what happens with unaccountable power, isn't
well,
it?
sure. In 1919, we starved the Germans. In 1945, we starved the Germans again. You know, it's hardly a world where you look at, you know, our democracies.
Mao, thousands of people died.
Sure. Mao, millions of people have died.
Stalin.
Mao, Pol Pot, and Stalin were, as you probably well know, not at all allies of Hitler. In fact, Mao, Pol Pot, and Stalin were all...
I wasn't talking about him. But one of the arguments you use, my impression is to sort of maybe wind up people who might be described as liberals about not being happy about a sort of a monarchy in the US, is you talk about Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the way that he wanted to amass a lot of power in his first inaugural address.
He wanted to amass a lot of power. He did indeed amass a lot of power. And, you know, if you look at the, you know, at the conflict of the mid-century, you really can't say that, especially in wartime, Franklin Roosevelt had any particularly less power over his regime than Hitler or Stalin. And, you know, these were national CEOs. And
that's a very big charge to make against a president who was elected 4 times in a row. 4 presidential elections in a row he won.
You know, the idea that, you know who else is elected? Putin is.
Like, he is... I guess you could call him a historical revisionist. So where he talks about the history of FDR is that because of the way he ran the government and the power that he had over like Congress and everything, and thanks to the wartime context that he was governing through, he actually ran the country like he was a CEO king. So his argumentation, Curtis Yarvin that is that, like, you know, we've experienced these things before. FDR ran the country during World War II like a CEO king would have. He had complete control of everything that he needed, like legislated or done. It was just at his disposal. He had the people, the personnel stacked all around him so he could make these decisions, and things ran better in that system. So he wants to formalize that type of shit, I guess. Carbonite 1999. The two-party cartel system has run its day, overpowered, over self-valued, and full of self-interest. And so, like, are you saying the two-party cartel system, I guess in the US you're talking about this, because it is over self-valued and full of self-interest, like it needs to be replaced? Are you a neo-reactionary? Should it be replaced by the monarchy and a CEO king? Oh yeah, the rich don't want war. They have hostile takeovers. That's a pretty good analogy. I like that, actually. Not about war. It's a hostile takeover. And if some people can't eat because they lose their job during the hostile takeover, that's not us. That's the economy. Y'all have bootstraps. Yeah, pick yourself up. Y'all have bootstraps.
Elected. And the system that we use to elect Putin, or that the Russians use to elect Putin, is sometimes called by our scholars managed democracy. And so in a managed democracy, you have elections, but public opinion is not a final cause. Public opinion is managed.
Yeah, but the court system and the free market under FDR, I would argue, is still more free than Nazi Germany. Comparing the two is a little too far. Well, that's what he does. That's exactly what he does. He's saying, like, if you look at their power relations, they had the same type of executive function over society. You're right. Like, the court system probably would have had more sway or more independence in FDR's America than Hitler's Germany. But, like, I guess he would probably argue that he would have stacked the court system and ensured that there were people that were, loyal to him. So the court system would have worked in his favor anyway. I see the point that he's making, but he could use better comparison. I think he really wants to ram home the FDR. How many times have we heard on this stream him talk about FDR? FDR. Like, it seems to be like FDR is the bastion of liberal America. Like liberal, like the actual like American term of the word liberal, like liberals. Libtards, like they love FDR because they're just like, yeah, well, look at what FDR did, like, kind of thing. Look at the New Deal, like he revolutionized the country, he saved the country, he saved us from World War II. Like, you know, he's like this heroic figure that all liberals or Democratic voters, they all point to as like FDR was the guy that saved America and remade America, especially saved capitalism. You could say, argue, saved capitalism from itself. It pulled them out of the Gilded Age, and like pulled them out of the Great Depression, like all this sort of stuff. He saved capitalism. And so, like, to make a point that this person who is the bastion of, you know, democratic or liberal America, it was nothing more than a CEO king, like somebody who ruled like a CEO and not like a democratically elected official, bound by a democratic system of checks and balances, of shared power between Congress, the judicial system, and the executive branch. Like, is to fly in the face of all these libtards and to prove them all wrong, kind of thing. He's got a bit of a grudge, and yeah, he really wants to prove that point that, like, oh, you guys think you're above this? Well, like, your hero and savior wasn't above this. He was it. Manifest. Saved capitalism. Yes, he saved capitalism. It's capitalism.
And, you know...
But, well, we know that about Putin, but let's just pick you up on FDR, because what your critics say is that you use your great erudite brain to take examples from history that have some truth, but you distort it. So why don't we look at what FDR said in that first inaugural address in March 1933, which you've cited for him taking great powers. And he said he was prepared to ask the Congress for broad executive power to wage a war against the emergency as great as the power that would be given to me if we were in fact invaded by a foreign foe. 3 key words: ask the Congress for powers in the Constitution.
And he also says in there that if the Congress fails to meet the demands
That's
of the
when he says
emergency,
that bit comes
he will
after.
take. He will.
The ask the Congress comes after if they refuse.
So yes, so if they refuse, I mean, the thing is,
ask the Congress.
The reality of the situation of FDR was that he had a tame Congress. He had essentially a rubber stamp Congress, and so that put him, you know, in the position of a chief executive. And what's more important in a way is if you look at the details of how he operated, totally different from the way that Donald Trump operates. So Donald Trump, you know, will write these executive orders, and an executive order has essentially the same legal power as a tweet. What FDR would do is he would draft laws in the White House, send them to Congress to be rubber stamped, say, get this back to me by next Tuesday. That's how you work as an executive within the constitutional American system.
In terms of looking at President Trump and FDR alongside, you made an interesting point that FDR, I think you said, was sort of a hereditary sort of aristocrat from the upper social classes in the US, and Donald Trump is not like that. And you said that hit his confidence. Is that still the case with Donald?
I think that Donald Trump is actually, it's really surprising for someone of his age to like learn and change. It's not in the normal expectation of young people like us. And so, you know, the second Trump administration has been very different from the first. It's definitely displayed more confidence in a lot of ways. It's displayed more energy. Ultimately, I think it's 2 to 3 orders of magnitude from anything like FDR.
Now, talking about the second Trump administration, we're told that leading members, particularly J.D. Vance, are interested in your ideas. And it looks like they're adopting some of them. I'm thinking of your Rage, that's retiral government employees. That became Elon Musk's Doge. And you've been talking about your concerns about the cathedral. That's the media and university elites. Think how Donald Trump went after Harvard, and then those multi-billion lawsuits against media companies.
These ideas long predate me. I mean, if you know, there was a speech that President...
What were the 2 things that they mentioned there? Rage. So it's retire all government employees. So... like, he has this thing called the Butterfly Revolution. I haven't been able to read it. I don't know how to get access to it, to be honest. Like, I can't get access to his blog posts, so something to think about. But like, yeah, he has this thing called the Butterfly Revolution. Like, if he was going to take power and bring in a neo-reactionary political system, like, how would you go about doing it? And like, through the current political system, instead of like some type of bloody revolution, how would you take over politically? And like, what would you do in order to bring about a neo-reactionary political context, so a new monarchy based on a CEO, king, and an executive structure. And like, one of the things is Rage, which is manifest we saw in the second Trump administration as Doge. So Doge was, they say, inspired by this guy who was saying that you need to get in and gut out the government service as much as possible. Like, as in, all the government, like all the real power doesn't land with the executive anymore. In the new age of technocracy, a lot of government services, government departments are just run by technocrats. Like, so people that went to university or like have studied in a certain area, or like experts in a certain field. And so they have power, they can sign off on things. They have power because they're an expert in their field. And they have some type of technical understanding. And so, like, if you have a whole country or a whole political system, a whole governmental structure that's full of technocrats that, like, can sign off on stuff because they have expertise, then, like, there's no power in the executive. There's no power in the president because, like, every time the president wants to do something, then they have to go to this department, and that department puts together a report that's been written by technocrats, and they come up with, like, a recommendation. And to go against their recommendation is, like, to say that these experts don't know what they're talking about, and I'm just going to do whatever I want to do as the executor, as the president. And then people will be like, oh, but you had all your experts telling you to do something different. Why did you not do what they advised you to do? And so his argument is, like, these people have too much power. They're part of the cathedral, and they have all the power in society, and now you don't have any power in the president. And so, like, Doge, or this idea of rage, was like, gut out, get rid of as many of these fucking technocrats as possible. Like, most of them, because they've gone through liberal education systems, so the university system, they're all part of this cathedral, or the establishment anyway. And then, like, they never listen to somebody like Trump because they're all crazy liberals, radical libs, lefty loonies that have gone through the university system. So they're never going to listen to someone like Trump anyway. So just fucking cut them all off. And that's what Doge was about. Doge was a manifestation or an idea based on his butterfly revolution strategy, which was rage, which is, like, you just get rid of as many government employees as you can. Like, it doesn't matter if they're useful or not, they're not loyal to you, and they have power, and, like, you get rid of their power and cut them out of the system. Interesting stuff.
AD Vance are interested in your ideas, and it looks like they're adopting some of them. I'm thinking of your rage, that's retire all government employees. That became Elon Musk's Doge, and you've been talking about your concerns about the cathedral. That's the media and university elites. Think how Donald Trump went after Harvard, and then those multi-million.
So the cathedral, again, is like the establishment. Like, he calls it cathedral because the cathedral, I guess, in medieval Europe, I guess you would say, is like the ideological superstructure that held feudal society together. It wasn't kingdoms, it wasn't kings, it wasn't even specifically like the Pope. It was the cathedrals. The cathedrals were the places of thought, where everybody in that society was told how to think and what their position in society was based on, you know, their rights and their position from God. And so, like, the cathedral was the conduit from kind of the spiritual justification for all of human society at that point. And so cathedrals were spread all across the medieval world, and, like, it didn't matter what country you were, what culture you were, you had a cathedral there. And the cathedral had like some type of representative who represented the will of God and told people how to think and gave them justification for their position in society. And so he thinks the cathedral today is actually the university system and the media. They're the people that control what everybody thinks and how they think and, like, their positions in society. It brings about educated persons. It teaches people, like, how everything functions. So he refers to it as the cathedral. And so, like, Trump did, like, in his second term, went fucking nuts at the start of last year, attacking the university systems, and, like he did the first time, attacking the media and threatening them.
Multi-billion lawsuits against media companies.
These ideas long predate me. I mean, if there was a speech that President Nixon made where he said, the enemy is the journalists and the professors. Write that on the blackboard 100 times. The enemy is the journalists and the professors. So, that dynamic of essentially, when we use the...
Write that on the whiteboard 100 times. Carbonite. Comparing different decades v power and mindset, then look at today's mindset and values, all you will see is how much things have changed, like all the new laws that control more of your life. Interesting.
Word democracy. There's this interesting thing where we say democracy, everything democratic is good, everything political is bad, but these words are synonyms for each other. How exactly does that work? And so when we say, our democracy in a place like this, what we mean is civil society, meritocracy, the rule of law, all of these things. And, meritocracy, which was coined, I believe, by Toby Young's father, meritocracy is a fine word. It's a little self-congratulatory, but we can use that. That's sort of one thing that we mean when we say democracy. And another thing that we mean when is populism. you know, the rule of the Facebook moms, of the, you know, as Elon Musk had said, vox populi, vox dei. And those are two, you know, of the great forms of government. They're really forms of power. They're never going to go away. And the way, you know, I feel about, and they both want the word democracy. Actually, the word democracy just means legitimate government in our era. They both are fighting over this word. And, you know, in terms of the conflict between them, I mean, there's a lot of nuance here. But one of the things you often see in conflicts is that each side is kind of right about the other. And you know, it's like you might know a couple who fights all the time, and you're like, you know, he's right about her, but she's also right about him.
Curtis Yarvin, thank you for talking
Great
to
pleasure.
our Newsnight audience.
Great pleasure.
I wonder how much he gets paid for rocking up and talking
Donald
to
Trump.
fucking BBC for like fucking 15 minutes. Fuck. That's where you want to go.
That if Donald Trump loses the next election in court, 2017 to 2020 administration really had their way in court. And actually, I suspect that if Donald Trump loses the next election, we're pretty much going to see probably everyone associated with the administration be prosecuted, because...
That's interesting. Did you pick up on that, Jack? Did you read that comment? It says, if Donald Trump loses his next election, the interviewer didn't react to that statement. Why? If Donald Trump loses the next election? What election?
I suspect that if Donald Trump loses the next election, we're pretty much going to see probably everyone associated with the administration be prosecuted, because that's sort of the kind of the late Roman Republic.
That's interesting. I didn't pick up on that either. Why would Donald Trump be in the next election? Don't threaten me with a good time. I just assumed he was running. Eh? Like there's so many things pointing in that direction, isn't it? It's crazy. Lunatic parading as someone intelligent. More just like intelligent person who is seemingly a lunatic. Like he's well read. But he has a very revisionist style to his whole shtick. Like he just interprets the same history that the liberal establishment says is the case, and he's like, no, you can interpret it this way. That's bullshit. Mulbug on BBC Newsnight. Things have moved fast. We're truly living in a Revenge of the Nerds timeline. Listening carefully, I suspect this guy is speaking a lot and saying very little. Isn't the Repubs losing all over the place in the recent minor elections? Yes, they have. Like they've had some what do they call them? I don't know what they call them in the US, but like by-elections, I guess you would say. Like at the end of last year in different states. And yeah, the Republicans got hammered. But like, you know, don't bank on anything. For the love of God, BBC, stop having on this bin bag looking charlatan. People don't like Curtis. Oh, damn. This is the best Peter Thiel could come up with as a rationale for his technocracy. Anybody who thinks this is a good idea is ignorant of history. But then again, I think AI should be regulated. So I must be the Antichrist. Who the fuck is this guy? It's pretty based. We are all Antichrists. Given technocracy a bad name, I believe that movement believed the functioning of society was technical and has more in line with cybernetics and the appreciation of Ashby's law of requisite variety, which is the exact opposite of these unilateral figures. Interesting. Are we living through Revenge of the Nerds or Cruel Intentions? That's what makes it hard for these. Oh, Indoctrinathan, are we raiding you today, by the way? I don't know, sometimes you do Friday streams because I'm finishing up soon and I'd like to know if we're giving you a raid. That's what makes it hard for these interviewers to challenge his statements. He knows enough to keep their wheels spinning because they aren't knowledgeable on these topics. Yeah, he definitely like that guy tried to call him out with a quote from Mao, I think it was. And he was just like, actually, you don't know the context of that. And so like he keeps them guessing, I guess. When one or the other, senators or reps, one of them needs an election, the other is party picking. So let's hope more quit. Yeah. I was going to, but it's way too hot. I'm taking the dogs for a swim instead. Fair enough. Good use of the time there. Aussie leftists are swine. I guess that is what you've written there. All the best. All the best to you too, sir. Let us know when you find some of these Aussie leftists and we'll get it. Invite that caliphate. It's hilarious. You gotta spread out this material a little bit more. Clearly all that gish galloping makes one very thirsty. No matter how well read. Yeah, he was drinking a lot of water, wasn't he? What a pathetic interview, incompetent interview. The interviewer had no rebuttals to this guy's predictable non-answers, assertions to his questions. This just gave an authoritarian enabler a platform to spout his nonsense. Wow, savage. But like that's the idea of the Dark Enlightenment. Like this stuff is becoming acceptable. Like BBC, like mainstream media, the cathedral, as he calls it, is allowing his thoughts in. He would claim that he's such a rebel that the cathedral would never allow him to see the light of day. But here he is doing interviews in the cathedral. His philosophy is incredibly fascinating. I have to give him that. Oh, I bet you're going to go down a rabbit hole now, Spandonk. If you've now discovered the neo-reactionary world. It's a pretty crazy rabbit hole. Good luck to you. Another important contributor to this theory or this base, this neo-reactionary base, is a guy called Nick Land. So you'll stumble across Nick Land's work, and they seem to be kind of the most critical central thinkers of this type of thought. That's for sure. What federal guidelines say about agents using deadly force? All right, here we go.
For a closer look at training for ICE agents and what we know, I'm joined now by Juliette Kayyem, former Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. She's now at the Harvard Kennedy School. Juliette, welcome back to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So as you see, there's competing...
My shirt today is covered in crushed white salt from sweat evaporating almost instantly. Fuck this, hey. Ah, okay. Thank you. Yeah. You're welcome. Welcome to 2026. Good luck in the Dark Enlightenment. Let us know when you come up for air. We'll be happy to discuss.
Narratives now on whether or not the ICE agent was justified in using deadly force here. There are federal guidelines, standardized training of some kind. Walk us through what those guidelines and the training shows when it comes to the use of deadly force.
Okay, so the Department of Homeland Security is guided, or their agents are guided by rules and protocols regarding engagement.
They get less training than a Queensland copper before unleashed with pew-pews.
With the community. So the number one priority is no loss of life. That is in DHS's own regulations. The second is de-escalation. We've heard that word a lot lately, which is it's the responsibility of the law enforcement agent to ensure that they do not put themselves in a position in which there is imminent danger. There are all sorts of caveats and qualifications, but as a general rule, police officers and law enforcement do not shoot into moving cars, do not put themselves in front of cars, because those are things that are easily de-escalated.
Like, this is what we were talking about this morning. Like, this situation was fucking chaos. And like he walked towards the front of the car and had his gun pointed before she even started moving. Like this was if de-escalation is a real thing for these people, who knows? This fucking libtard over here telling Porky Pies about what the real rules are. But let's just assume she's telling the truth. Like so much for de-escalation. Like that was he escalated that by walking up and pointing a gun in someone's face or at them. Point blank behind the windscreen, I guess you would say. Like there's no de-escalation there. And like so much for not taking a life unless it's necessary. It looks pretty trigger happy.
The car, you can get the license plate, you know where the person likely lives at that stage. And so these rules guide both federal law enforcement and most state and local law enforcement. And that is why the videos are raising so many significant concerns about that interaction, that moment in which a federal law enforcement officer, the ICE agent, is engaged with a civilian who may or may not have known what they were expecting of her. I just want to add for your audience, because the politics of this are quite loud. The way it's talked about now is as if use of force is an on or off switch, right? Like someone didn't comply, use of force, right? It doesn't work that way. Most good law enforcement and training, you would think about use of force as sort of a dimmer, up and down, and it's the responsibility of the armed agent to ensure that you are sort of bringing any sort of tension, any sort of interaction down so that you don't result in the killing of an unarmed civilian who was not under any law enforcement orders or any search.
So Julia, based on all of that, let me pull on that a little bit more from you here. And based on what we've seen in the videos, was there another way in which you might have expected the officer to respond in this incident?
Yeah, I mean, step aside. I mean, you could, at that stage.
Get out of the way of the car. Put your gun down. A lot of footage failed to show the car on Renee's right. Parked odd angle with open door. She had to go around it to move on as instructed. Yeah. I think she's having a shit go. Like massively. Like apart from the fact that she died. But like, I mean, like, you know, she was in a difficult situation, right? Techno Cratons, a very old radio play that showed people moving away from technology, individual worth to group or society. It turned out it was about ancient Egypt. Okay. Turns out she actually had a pride flag on the back of the windscreen. Wonder why they targeted her. Yeah. Well, we saw the footage of her partner upset afterwards. Her lesbian wife, I think it was described as this morning.
He saw that it was a woman. She's been accused of lots of things by the White House in terms of was she engaged in activism? Was she trying to run him down? He could have easily, and some people looking at the videos, you know, believe that he actually wasn't in the line of sight of the car or the line of impact of the car. And you let the car go on and either pull it over 10 feet away or get the license plate. And so this interaction that results in not one, but multiple bullets being put through the window of an unarmed civilian who may or may not have known what ICE was expecting of her, I think shows the challenges of these large deployments. ICE with an unclear mandate of what they're supposed to do, and the fact that you have not local law enforcement so engaged with communities that do not know them and would view them as a hostile force.
I want to ask you too about the latest and what we've heard on the investigation.
I guess that's pretty fair because I'm trying to digest this as someone who has obviously no understanding of what this is like when 1,500. Pretty sure that's the number, like 1,500 federal agents descend upon your hood and they just start like fucking harassing people, I guess you'd say, like, or pulling people over and searching people and entering people's houses. Like, what the fuck does that feel like, actually? Like when, yeah, you have fucking armed like military apparel wearing people just rocking through your neighborhood. And like, you know, I guess it's very confronting, one, but like, and it's, if they're not kind of working together with local law enforcement, which is a separate discussion and issue, and so like they don't have a connection to the community at all, and they're just mercenaries who get called in and wave guns in people's faces, or like you have the overwhelming threat of violence dooming down upon you, shutting down streets. Like it must be a very fucking confronting situation, all of this. Because I've heard a few people mention this over time, like, these people are not welcome here. We don't want them. It's like, but you're all American, aren't you? Why do you care? But like, you know, yeah, if you had like 1,500 people just descend on your neighborhood, your vicinity, you're part of America, and you're just watching them like kind of flow on through, picking people up, closing streets down, causing a bit of chaos. Like, what's that feeling like? Foreshortening. It's like Queensland police jumping locked gates with no trespass signs and expecting no resistance. Eh? Interesting. Who in the chat would go stand up for their neighbors, and who would cower, hoping it's always someone else? Crazy.
Minnesota state law enforcement officials are saying federal agencies are denying the state investigators access to the evidence. The Minnesota agency says it's now withdrawing from that probe. We saw the DHS secretary say that it's a matter of jurisdiction. What do you make of that? Is that standard?
No, and it's absolutely not. It's basically what has happened is because you had the Secretary of Homeland Security and then the president and then today the vice president so aggressively conclude what the investigation is. And I have to admit, just sort of with a very shameful maligning of who she is as a human being. I mean, she's a mother and she was unarmed. And they called her a domestic terrorist.
Like I can't get over that one. Like, she's a domestic terrorist. This woman who just dropped her kids off at school, like, that's egregious. And like, you know, the one thing everyone could agree on this morning was like, yeah, she's not a terrorist.
It is hard to imagine that this investigation would be objective because they've already created that narrative. Now, one could argue that the FBI is not part of those agencies and will do this objectively, and one would hope that that was true, especially if it came out of the Minnesota FBI offices. But the more important thing is, in most of these cases, in all, I can't think of another case, where you have an incident like this, you have concurrent investigations because you don't know what's going to result here. It might be a federal crime, but it might not rise to that level and it would still be a state crime. So in most cases, we often hear of concurrent investigations, concurrent prosecutions, because we don't quite know what's going to happen at the start. Unfortunately, the White House has created a narrative of what this is, and I would anticipate that the state is separately going to start an investigation because of their lack of confidence in the federal investigation.
All right, that is Julia Kayyem, formerly of DHS.
Interesting. So, like, what have we learned here? Like, if someone takes off in the car, you're not supposed to shoot at them. And like, killing someone is last resort. Because I kept saying that this morning and people were like, no, it was self-defense. It's like, yeah, okay, it's self-defense, but like, killing is the last option. Like, it really is a last resort. It's not just like, oh, well, I have to defend myself, so I get to shoot you in the head now. Like, it's supposed to be a last resort. Okay. I need to plug again. All right, if you've been watching this and you are new, it's not a bad idea for us, just before we go. So thank you for reminding me. Honestly, it's a public service, really, that you provide. Come and join our Discord. There it is. And like, come and become a member of Patreon, please. You can do it for free, and just so you're on the email list. Just doing my job. So good. It was instinctive. There was nothing about it that was justified. And like 3 times, it wasn't like, oh my God, like she came at me. It was just like bang, bang, and then like bang one last time as the car moved around. It's pretty crazy. Self-defense, take that. It's coming right for us. But yeah, like if you are watching this again, come and join our Discord community. Come and sign up for free on Patreon so I can get you notifications. And yeah, we're gonna leave it there. I thought that might be an interesting one to, because you know it's kind of full circle where we started the stream today to this now. And like someone brought up recently, I think it was Jag, that or like right at the start was just like, no, I'm pretty sure you can't shoot at moving vehicles. That's a thing. And you know, so we have heard from the previous, one of the previous directors of the Department of Homeland Security. So everyone has forgotten the first rule of life. You only get one. So what are you fighting over? Interesting. Interesting point. There's a philosophical note to end on for this Friday afternoon. You only get one. Enjoy it while you got it. Arm up a bunch of high school dropouts, pay them well, and tell them constantly they're in danger from their neighbors. Don't be surprised when this shit happens. Yeah. And I think that's the sentiment as well. Like, people have been like, oh, I'm surprised this hasn't happened more. This type of stuff. But we will see. We will see. 2026 has only just started. Yeah, look, I'm going to leave it there. So thank you everyone for joining us today on this journey on Friday afternoon. If you are about to hit the weekend, I hope you enjoy the weekend. I hope you get your weekend. And if you are working over the weekend, you get heavily compensated for that. You get some time in lieu, you get some double time, whatever it is. But enjoy your time off. I really hope that you you get free for a couple of days out of 7. Feels good to be back. I need my Mr. Eve reading group to keep me sane in this cruel, cruel world. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back. It's good to be back with the group, analyzing the craziness of this world. Eh? One event at a time. One crazy neo-reactionary philosopher at a time. Do you see? Do you see? All right. Well, look, I'm gonna leave it there. But thank you everyone who's interacted today. I really do appreciate it. Ninja Nurse, and Dr. Nathan, Tom Jones is back. Who else have we had here? 4IS Dilemmas was in the house earlier. We had a few different people here. Raptor Jesus, Sneaky Ninja, the arch nemesis of our actual Ninja Nurse. Jag, did I say you? I think I did. Nostalgia Enterprises, Woozle in the house, coming in for the afternoon sesh. Spandonk back in the house as well after the break. Suzuki Druo, I think. If I've missed you, I'm sorry. I just can't go that far back in my chat. But yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend. And yeah, we will be back on Monday with some more streaming. And until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you soon.